Hi, my name is Exception, and I have a problem. Two, actually, today. One is my continued obsession with playing this game at the expense of literally everything else. The second is a confession. You may remember from last stream, possibly even the last two, that I struggled over the study safe code problem. With the assurances by Pinui that I did have everything I needed and that I'm overcomplicating things, and yet my ability to be stuck there for 20 minutes not getting anything done and eventually giving up. I eventually decided to do the thing I did not want to do, but did eventually do. I looked it up. I sought external help, and, you know, understanding now what I was missing, I don't really regret it. This is just sort of a hole in my comprehension, just of my general understanding of stuff. I'll get into detail when we actually, you know, get back to the study and I can go over the logic there. Because I will respect the logic, and I also respect why I would have never figured it out. I was overcomplicating it, but there's also a layer to it where it's just not how I would have thought of it. It's not a way I would have thought to do it. But, you know, regardless of all that, check out this settings screen. It's very new. I started here instead. Cool. But yeah, that's all I've done. Well, I mean, aside from the regular, like, going back through the recordings and correlating all my information, updating my notes from the VODs, and just, like, re-looking at stuff. And I have a new lead to possibly try. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to Blackbridge, and I'm going to try a new code, a new admin key that I think I think might be available to us. Because there's one name that I discovered that I think has some tie to the staff, the security, and therefore might be one of the 3 unlisted names. So that is going to be our first task today. Now, you may also be wondering if I looked up the drafting studio code as well. I did not. I'm currently running under the assumption that they share the same code for reasons. But if that ends up not being the case, I'll suffer that later. Okay, so here's what I learned. Going through the emails that we unlocked last time and correlating them with names and stuff, I discovered that there was at least 2 people on staff whose full names I don't know. The first is Bridget, who I think is just sort of a secondary maid in service to Anne Babbage. And then there's CT, who is a listing on the dartboard in the newly acquired break room. I do not have a name that correctly correlates to that. There's also Chef it's like Dechamp or something. Let me check my notes. Yeah, Chef Dechamp, who has a last name of D, which also corresponds to the other mysterious name on the dartboard, KD. Now, originally I was going to be like, oh, is Chef's first name start with a K? No, it turns out that there is actually another KD already accounted for in the emails that we found last time. Kirk Darren. So that is what we're going to try today. Dark. Darn it. Maybe it's... Okay, no. Mission failed. We at least tried it. We now know that one of the 3 unlisted admin credentials is not Kirk Darren. Which is unfortunate. I suppose it makes sense. They were taking orders from Randolph, who has like super admin powers, it would be unusual that they would have like mega admin powers. Well, we lost some steps on that detour, but that's okay, because our mission now is not necessarily to get to the antechamber. Our mission is to find the sanctum keys. And we've got pretty good clues on where to get each of them. Hovel Trading Post Tool Shed. I'm gonna pick Tool Shed because I like having items. And a metal detector is a fine item to have. So is a sledgehammer. So using our ideally perpetual break room strats, we are always going to be starting with a key card. And that's good. So long as we can keep that up. And by having that available to us, we no longer need to worry about having a contiguous line south to north. We can start at the foundation if we so choose. But our major goals right now is one, the sanctum keys, of which we have clues for many of them. And the other is getting a pump room to manipulate the waters. We don't even need the boiler to do this, just the pump room, so we can just focus purely on pool. Before I continue exactly, I want to get my notes up on my... where the sanctum keys are. And here we go. Okay. So, we know if there are 8. We have 1. The first one is found, in room 46, of course. The second is in the bank vault. This makes sense to me as to why there were at least 2 deposit keys. The third one is high up among the clocks, as written. I assume that means it's in the clock tower puzzle. The clock tower being something we've never actually seen yet. The fourth, I believe, requires us to drain the entire reservoir. The fifth, king on his throne. I'm not certain what that means in this instance. The sixth, in a station left by one of your own. I also don't know what that means. The seventh, I believe, is going to be the major key given if the music room is really high up in the rankings. And the last key is behind the last door, which suggests that we just need to figure out what the last room is and get a key while entering, which is interesting. But that's all future hypotheticals. For now, let's just focus on getting our technology in order. Start with just getting these simple rooms, low access rooms down here. We're okay with making dead ends. We are totally okay with making dead ends at this venture. We actually got some pretty good dead end synergy now that we have the trick. Okay, metal detector is going to come in handy to just sort of grasp. A magnifying glass is excellent. Thank you very much. Open in here. Commissary dining room. Early dining room is very surprising. But I'm going to redraw. I would like something that goes left. The observatory would be fine for that. Thank you. There you are. At star 41, we're still looking out for star 50 for the brand new, never-before-seen constellation. Borealis, that's the Diamondus Major, that's Apple, and I think this is the Slice? Yes, it is. Very good. I think we're getting pretty good. West Wing Hall is always going to be West Wing. But I could also storeroom, but if we get to the conservatory, I would like to change the rarity on some of these rooms. Staff notice, as always. Storeroom here is like optimal dead-end strats. It's money. We could bring this to a future commissary. We getting a key. We're getting a shovel. These are some good items. Looking back here, we've got the den. The servant spare quarters would give us 2 keys. I think that's too early, though. Let's go for the kitchen. Hello, kitchen. Over here we have the courtyard, which is tempting. Very tempting, actually. But I feel like it's almost too early. I'd like to save the courtyard for as late as possible, for it's always unlocked as a very good boon. So I'll put the chapel here. Also, another thing from the note correlation that I did is that I looked through recordings of me going through the chapel to find these two, and so I've indeed put Dauja or Davja as angel number 3 and Lydia as angel number 6. So that's been properly accounted for. Okay, let's focus on keeping left. Another bedroom would be good. Is that the car keys? Wait, this could be my redemption. Hey, garage, are you here? You are. You are. Oh my goodness. Now it's just a very, very easy matter of finding we can just do the utility breaker box and be good. Let's take all these keys. We now have a decent supply. Let's look in here. This note is still compelling to me. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights, a small garage on the south end of Trinsdale. The goods are already secured in the trunk, so just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today, but you never know when the cat will want to get some air. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Denny already has payment ready. So I don't know handwriting analysis to the detailed level that I would be able to identify who wrote this. But the fact that they're writing to Denny suggests to me that malicious operations by the Ravane groundskeeper were still in effect, perhaps. Christoph, this is the 3rd time this month you and the car have been cut. Christoph! Perhaps. I don't know if I have a Christoph listed in my notes of people. Maybe that's CT. Christoph? Now we know that Hartley was valet up until his untimely departure. I don't know why we would have 2. How long you've been driving for his lordship, your absence must be accounted for. So this would imply that Christoph, last name unknown, but it probably starts with a D? Is the driver and also a possible co-conspirator with Denny Ravane. Which is interesting. Alright, let's look here. There's our good boy. So, being 14 years of age, that Simon P. Jones is, I doubt we're allowed to drive the car. But just in case, I would like to prioritize opening the garage door today, along with all of our other regular operations. So if this leads straight to the utility closet, I'm happy. It didn't. It did not do that. What do I value here today? Workshop here, perhaps. There's a battery. Now, metal detector, magnifying glass, we know makes the melter, battery pack, sledgehammer, and the broken lever makes the super hammer. Battery pack shovel, plus nothing I have makes who knows what. Sledgehammer, shovel do not combine. Shovel, metal detector makes the detector shovel. I'll make that. I assume it'll dig. I assume it'll detect. Greater chance of finding money in keys. Much greater chance of finding money in keys while digging. Okay. So, eventual grounds keeping would be good for us. If we go down for here, that's fine. Keep the dead end. We still got 2 exits out of the foundation. We're fine. We got keys, bananas, and gems for sale. That'd be good to stock up. Security is a left and right turn, so I'm happy about that. I'll spend the gems on it. And I've got plenty of money, and I don't expect it to be a problem later, so I will buy a set of gems to have. I'm gonna hold out on buying keys or food right now. Well, here's security. There's me in security. We go left for very good dead-end potential. This is the drawing room. Technically speaking, that is a gem. Well, it's free, I guess is what I'm saying. It's also a shortcut back here towards the entrance hall, which might save steps. So I'll take that cost. I'll unlock this. Not entirely certain why it has to be hidden every single time, especially when we know the password. We are good for it, though. We've already read the note. Interestingly, it's the only letter written by Herbert. Though I was told that every single letter would have a different author. Ah, of course, upgrade. Finally. After all these days, I have broken the curse of car. And it's the parlor that upgrades. Okay, this is a tough show. Okay, I'm not taking the middle one because I'm good at this game and I trust that I'm going to keep being good at this game. A 3-gem prize is just a solid static upgrade. Funeral parlor, though. The gem prize is equal to the red rooms in your house. Under normal circumstances, I think this would be break even. Because if there are any red rooms I expect to be in the house at all times, it would be itself and the chapel. You open an empty box in funeral parlor, lose 30 steps. Using the funeral parlor extremely late would therefore provide much benefit to ourselves. We could also maybe steal one of the wind-up keys and see if it can be used to combine with anything. What the heck? Breaking news. Hello, Scarlet. Thank you for existing and following me for some reason. We're in the middle of a deep contemplation. I think I want to go for parlor. It's not the most exciting, but I'm sitting here not having done the parlor with 7 gems. I think we're fine to just have a minor boost to the parlor strength. It's boring, it doesn't scale, but it's fine. It's an incremental improvement that we don't have to worry about. Bedroom goes to that. Gymnasium is loose 2 steps. Dark room is you can't see. I will pick the gymnasium. And I will go south. Ah, the dormitory is an excellent dead-end opportunity. Have I made a drafting room? Yes, I made the drawing room, of course. Also, hello, I have been streaming for approximately 4 years. Just had the anniversary last month. Sorry, not last month. 2 months ago. Last month was April. Okay, take that key. We've got that. There's something else here. Another key. And I think we're good. Got a globe. Got a book. We continue. There's the utility closet. Exactly what I was hoping for a long while ago. So, let us disable the gymnasium. Activate the garage. Keycard system can stay on because we've got the card. Look at you not being able to stop me from walking. Diabolical, I know. Okay, we're gonna be ending our adventures on this side of the universe, so I'm thinking we should go to the commissary, buy out whatever we care about in the shop. Personally, I'm thinking a decent collection of bananas for extra steps, get our gems up to 8, and then keep the extra 5 gems for later, which will be decreased to 4. Now that I think about it, there's not much reason to keep our money around. Maybe I should have purchased a club sandwich from the kitchen. Because these 2 shops are going to be out of the rotation up north. I'd have to come back here to take advantage of them. Maybe a bit of a mistake. Either way, it's time to drive the car. Provided that's a real thing that happens. Beep, beep. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Let me get driving. Even if this does amount to nothing, that we can't actually drive the car because we are ostensibly a 14-year-old child who does not have a license and also has staff to drive him places. It's fine if this does not do anything. But now that we know that, we can never feel bad about it ever again. We now know that it doesn't do anything. And that's reassurance that we're done here. All that said, I wonder if there's any functional use for the car keys ever again. There's only one car as far as I know. Only one key, as far as I know. Well, aside from all that, we may proceed. I am not going the correct way. Tragically lost some steps on that. We're going to be in a bit of a step danger this whole time, I think. We don't have the classic benefits such as running shoes and stuff. Let's contemplate where we want to get in from. We want to get in from the basement because we're going to the foundation. You mind the boiler? Was I wrong in thinking that I needed to use the furnace in conjunction with this? Was it just the boiler into red box? Well, regardless, we are good to go. Open through here. Thank you very much. Boop, boop, boop. Elevator. Foundation, ma. Today is already a resounding success because we have found and secured the one and only thing. The car curse has been lifted. And wow, my detector shovel is performing some pathetic work. I am disappointed in you, shovel. Okay, this one's going to be a high priority of turning right. Now let's redraw. Turning right. The break room right next to the foundation once again. I'm detecting a pattern here. Meanwhile, if we get East Wing hallway on this side, I think that would be good. Dining room and den, also good possibilities. I'm gonna go dining room because I do want to guarantee that we have some, just some, food waiting for us on the other side of all the stuff we're doing. This is the servants' quarters. It's a dead end, but it's a lot of keys, and we might get another cool message from cool guy himself, Hartley. I wonder if the message changes, like Hartley has been performing many shenanigans that we shall enjoy. There are 12 major keys. So, according to the Hartley shenanigan, that is possibly a lie or not. I really can't tell. Because unfortunately, the only photograph we have where he said it was a red photograph, and so we don't know if that was a red or blue piece of paper. It's honestly an awkward problem to have. But aside from all of that, welcome to the break room, wherein we do math. Let's see here, we got 16, we got 3 plus it's 4 squared is 16. Is today's theme going to be equal 16? 3 plus 6 is 9, divided by 3 is 3. Plus 10 is 13, minus 12 is 1. Okay, this is going to be interesting. 7 plus 3 is 10, plus 10 is 20, divided by 2 is 10. Minus 7 is 3, divided by 3 is... Wait. Divided by minus 7 is 3. Squared is 9. Divided by 3 is 3. You almost got me there. Okay, we now have more keys than we could ever possibly need, except if we go to the locker room, which I would very much like to do. Oh, there's the coat check. Not too picky. I don't need the Courier just yet. Trying to save up my free unlocked doors for later. It's a little bit of a risk to force this to be a dead end. I'd be losing passageway early, which is sad. I mean, both of these are 2 gems, and this one isn't a dead end. I'll go passageway. It's an unfortunate choice, but it's kind of how it has to be. Now we'll do courtyard. This one goes out to different branching paths, and we get the gems, the beautiful gems of the world. We can start thinking about going to big fancy rooms we've never been to, like the trophy room, maybe the clock tower. We got coin. Kinda regretting putting the kitchen so early. You really should have just had the opportunity to go back. Let's see here. Look what it is. That room I just mentioned. Ain't this lovely? Look at that beautiful trophy. Our trophy of inheritance. The only trophy we have so far, but gotta start somewhere. Nice little tiger drawing for a rug. Cool rhino, cool spear, cool other rhino. That rhino's a little closer to the ground. And this is, yes, it's a list of every single room. Oh, the table bottom is shaped like an elephant's foot. That's stylish and cool. We have a camera to record the stuff. Got a little bit of taxidermy, I guess, going on. Got an active fireplace. So this place really does just seem like if you got 4 gems, you get 8 gems. Also marvel at all of your rewards and trophies. I don't see like a note anywhere that I could read to get insights. So I won't. I will instead leave. It's open for a right turn. The treasure trove. I'm gonna go cloister. It's a lot of gems, but it's a lot of directions. And, oh. Still waiting on an opportunity to figure out what you're about. Still don't know how to do that. Ooh, the boudoir, the dark room. We technically have the utility closet, but it's a little too far. So I will simply open doors blindly. I'm gonna go with this one. It might be the pool. It's the boiler room. Okay. Well, we don't need the boiler for anything today, so I think we'll just use this as a room. Awkwardly, the Great Hall would give us access to the antechamber. We could go back to room 46 today if we really wanted. But I think this might be a good opportunity for us to turn up the heat. This isn't exactly what I was planning to do today, but... Oh, this is too important. This is possible... Oh. Oh, I froze the assets. I wasn't even in the room. How did they freeze the assets? That's not good. Oh. Great, my assets have been recovered. Thank you, Boiler. A little worried you're not close enough to do what I want. Because what I want is for you to... You know, we could power the furnace. Hey, buddy, how's the temperature looking? I know you're about to thaw everything in here thanks to power the boiler. I'm hoping you get up to 20. I don't know how close the furnace and the freezer have to be for complete thaw. Like super complete thaw, cooler included. Because, you know, ignoring the prism key encased in the ice, I really want to read that letter. Oh, we're past the melting point. The freezer is still fighting. Oh. I think I saw some alterations. Yes, indeed. Things are melting through. Our assets will still be frozen. Oh, we're going. It looks like it's holding steady at 17 degrees. We can go further. Let's read this note again. Let's take a short break from gardening to help Randolph. So, yep, it was Randolph Moore who worked together with Denny Ravane. This is interesting. It's like a Denny Ravane back in the era when Denny Ravane wasn't evil. Sure, he was still a little full of himself, but, you know, not evil. Okay, new plan, new strategy, new idea. Shut that off. That'll temporarily close that door, but that is okay. Shunt power. Activate. Wait, not that way, not that way. We want power going forward. I'm gonna try and boost the power to the furnace. And I'll take the key that the furnace is gonna spit out. You know, just because. Biggest threat to our well-being is me burning through all of our steps. Has this increased the temperature in this room? No. In fact, we don't even get the temperature readout anymore. Okay, well, in this case, I'm going to go back to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's almost not worth it. Unless it's like a pizza. Well, no matter what, let's head back to the cloister and start turning some doors on. Oh, a key. Let's see this. Lost and found for 2 rare items. Secret passage could be something interesting. It's not actually what we want because the pool is just a pool room. The blueprint room. Gold sink might be funny. Go to the realm of great valuables with not much money remaining. Don't know if we can force a bookstore. Red rooms already happened. Bedroom. Grass room. Let's go to green room. Just because I think it's a good balance of good options and variety. So aquarium. Not a bad choice. Maximal roomage. The casino! But the pool's here, so we gotta get the pool. We need it. Didn't know if there was like a reason to go in here. Locker room would be okay. We've got the keys for it. Weight room and boudoir. I'm gonna go for... I'm gonna pick the classroom exclusively for the possibility that it has an apple in it that I can eat to help me get back to the way I came. Now, the only way forward for us is the aquarium north. It's the only passage left to us. So, unfortunately, I think we may have a general problem. I'm gonna try and extract what flowery gems we can, and maybe we sacrifice everything and just, like, freeze our assets. Foyer! I think Foyer is a great investment, even now. Especially now. Oh. A coin. Sauna is another asset melter. We don't have a conference room, do we? No. That's fine, though. I'm gonna still try and hold out for as long as I can, with the explicit hope of trying to find that which I desire, namely the pump room. Then we'll book it back to the dining room, eat that, and then explore the underpass. Well, not the underpass, but like the reservoir hinted to us by the underpasses. Knowledge. Another thing we can do, a decent consolation prize. Go to the locker room and use our 12 keys to unlock many things. I'm going to start from this side because this is the side we didn't start from last time. We'll just keep going through. See if we get any more intel. We got money. That's nice. Somebody left some of their running food around. That would be good. In some ways, I find the locker room to be almost a sort of Kirk Darren is a pseudonym? Okay. That's surprising. If true. Might not be, but if true, surprising. See, we got gem. Keep going on these locked doors. Mathematics worksheet. 6? Or... Six or more? Well, in the event that we do not find the pump room, at the very least we can freeze our assets and be exorbitantly wealthy for next time. It seems like there's a... Oh! It's actually quite beneficial. The garden key. A little too late for that. We don't have a way to the secret garden. Funnily enough, our fate was sealed by this very detour. Now, before I open any more lockers, I'm going to do a little bit of a safety check and see if this door is locked. It's not. But none of them are what we wanted, and we have no re-rolls, so we can safely declare we have no... We have no. Is it possible to get the furnace even closer to the freezer to melt it even harder? Well, for the lack of any other things to ever possibly use this key on, let's use it here and see what we get. Empty. Nice. So, can't do all the things we wished. That's fine. We've done enough. Oh, right, of course. Keys and gems have been spread out throughout the house. As I said before, it's almost not worth it, but it is worth it. Gems were spread throughout the green rooms. Keys were spread throughout the entire house. We don't have any other green rooms to check other than the aquarium, which I skipped by. That's okay, though. Ultimately, today ended up being a curse lifting on the car situation. And in addition, a resource gathering expedition. Truthfully, I cannot complain about it. Oh, and this is the bird! We get trophy room bonus. Shame we can't do anything with it, but I think we are fine. Very good here. Servants' quarters remains the servants' quarters. So, I vote we go to the freezer. Freeze our assets, mostly the 10 gems and 56 money we have. Then, call it a day in the break room to maintain our security strat. I do feel a great bit of satisfaction with this general... I feel like we're finally getting a decent grasp on the house. I'm making the house large, I'm making the house useful, I'm making the house good. Oh, the... Oh, I see. So, it turns out that we can't refreeze our assets because the boiler room has made this room too warm. Well, in that case, today's only accomplishment was the preparing of the... Well, maybe I can... Maybe it's because the boiler has been powered by the... Or the furnace has been powered by the boiler. Let's try and shunt power to the freezer. See if that does something. Don't know if the freezer can take power, but I'll give it power. Okay, it did not work. We're gonna go to the break room. We're gonna say goodbye to our 56 money. Hey, Capra, I saw that you made a VTuber art and the person whose art it was debuted. Congratulations, you are now a mom. Congrats. You're like famous. Let's see here. Wait, does this mean that HS Sinclair does have access at all? And if that's the case, maybe we can spoof their datas. Well, a task for another day. Condolences to Layer Hell. It happens. A45. This is where Pianui was when I started playing the game. What do you mean 355 M? Like meters? It's an image. How are you measuring this in distance units? You mean like megabytes? Or is it just really tall? Are they just canonically a third of a kilometer tall? That'd be funny. Okay, megabyte. That makes complete sense. Wow, that's like a third of a gig. Let's see, tomb, shelter, or trading post. Maybe I'd like to buy some riches from the Buy Some Riches store. Maybe we go for tomb strats today. So mission is as it was before. Get a pump room, maybe get a piano room upstairs. Way too early for a corridor. Bedroom. Den could be nice. I'm gonna go bedroom. I want to prioritize all of the rooms that have very little directions to go early. Entry. Bonk. Then we have a laboratory that goes left. So this is very nice and winding. It also means that we can do some remote terminal access. Press and enter. Let's do an experiment. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, whenever you draft an archive floor plan, each time you find some trash while digging, small chest enter saw loose, then steps gain 20 gold, set steps to 40. Let's go risky. The event that I need to do some extra shenanigans, we can do something like that. Okay, dark room parlor. Parlor is a 3-gem prize. Do this. So it's really just the parlor, but slightly more valuable. That's fine by me. I'll take the gems. We need those gems for stuff. The box next to this box is false. A box next to this box is true. The box next to this box contains gems. Okay. So you can't be false, because if you were false, all boxes would be false, and that's impossible. So you must be true, which means that no matter what, we are having a true, false collection of boxes. The box next to this box is false is impossible because we already described that that must be true. So this is the false box, which means this is the true box to correspond with the true box next to the middle box. The box next to this box contains gems, meaning this box contains the gems. Nice, simple, easy, slightly more valuable than usual. Ooh, we could go for the storeroom as a lovely end to our shopping spree, but the Geist bedroom is available. And from here, we can get many rerolls. A luxury if we are looking for a very specific room, which we are. Now from here I want to check the remote terminal access, because I'm pretty sure we set it to 1 month duration. So if they were online within the month, maybe we can turn them on now and keep them on? Now, due to our security card strats, I kind of want to let these maintain. State inventory, exit. Did I bungle this by exiting? Yep, I bungled it. No, wait, no. I went to security. So this is the one I connect to. Okay. From here, let's do this right. There we go. Keycard system. Now, with our new, like, security strats, thanks to the break room, I'm going to set security level to high. And with security setting to high, we've got some key reprieve now. And key reprieve is good. There's a kitchen. Might be a good store to buy from. Like in that we're getting through a lot of these winding rooms. Let's see. It's more economical to just buy a club sandwich. I'm not interested in the morning room. Utility closet. This breaker. That could just be better. It's another dead end as well. If we get a secret passage, we should try and manipulate a casino, or maybe that luxury room. But it looks like we're done here for now. Not as many rooms on the lower side than I was hoping for, but we've got everything we need to keep heading on. Now the real work begins. This is a nice strategy. It's like we get to spend out a lot of our lower passageway rooms early. Things that culminate in dead ends, or at least forestall a future dead end. And then we get to go down here and start the real work. And the bigger, sprawling access. And the only thing we have to do is guarantee that we end our day in the break room. Bing bong. What a lovely circumstance. A lovely circumstance indeed. Even here, we can do some more dead ending by doing the Foundation South into a pool. Pump room is in the cards now. Swing hall. Patio. I'm going to re-roll. I want something that turns right. Scratch that. We have everything we need. You're fine being full. Here we go. So what we need here is we want the reservoir to go from, and let me check my notes. Let's see, black mirror on the wall. Here we go. We're currently at 13. We want this to go to 6. So that's going to require a draining of 4 and a draining of 3. Now, Draining of 4 is easy. Four goes to this pipe. I know how to do this. Okay, so pump to there. Step 1 is take the reservoir, drain it. Let's start. This will extract 4 units. We then put it back into the fountain. All right. Starting to doubt myself. Removing 3 is tricky. Figured it out. Greenhouse goes to this pump, which is annoying. So let's empty this one. Oh. Turn this over. I think greenhouse is the key. What I'm gonna do now is I'm going to fill the greenhouse then I'm gonna dump it into the fountain. Then I'm going to drain the greenhouse again. So we have 1 in there. So when we take it from the reservoir, it will take out 3. So 1, 2, 3. And to confirm, we want 6 bars here. That is our altitude for entry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Success. We also, after we do this, have a desire to come back here and drain the reservoir completely, because I suspect that will give us access to a sanctum key, which we also can use. For now, though, we've got a boating trip to go on. Okay, let's take a dive. Yep. Boat time. Where the heck are we going? So this was the original control room for the underpass, the big system. It was swapped out for the one upstairs, and this one was flooded as part of the reservoir, and it was believed that flooding it like this was deliberate. A lot better than just keeping it abandoned or collapsing the tunnel. Could have also been a security choice. The safe house underground. Is this where Marion was moved to after being hidden? A. Delete it. Was this perhaps a camera pointed at this room? Or the shelter, perhaps. They needed to delete in order to keep the security. It did say there were 4 people here. I'm afraid to play this, if it's at all playable. I'm scared. What's a mocha pot? Did you mean this? Like mocha as in M-O-C-H-A, or... Is this a mocha pot? Does look like one of those, like, coffee towers. I think we saw one before. I think that's just a regular feature of the house. Hello. Is this Marion, White, and Caleb? Possibly at the publishing studio. And I know that Marion was not hidden here alone. A message said that there would be 4 people. Oh, this is big. I suspect this photo is drawing attention to that crack in the wall. Can I sledge that? I wonder if I can save. I wonder if I can sledge that. I'm wondering right now. Can I play this, or is this just for casual entertainment? How did they stop the water from oh, I guess they just closed that door and it sealed themselves in. Makes sense. Casual affair, got some drinks, got some mugs for drinking, got a fridge for holding food, I assume. Is that a rocket launcher? This is oh, this is an armory. They had weapons. They had weapons down here. They were up to stuff. I guess they really did not want the Red Guard finding them. They were willing to go out with a fight? Okay. Oh my goodness, this is the plan to raid the museum. Of course, they stole the crown, and we have the crown. So obviously they were part of the plot. Of course. Oh my goodness, this is the plot to steal the crown. We seek what's in the shade of truth. The Royal Museum of the, they crossed it out, City of Fen. Inside courtyard, guardhouse. As cool as this would be, it's too easy to track literally. Closed exhibits, forced entry, roof access, security doors. Hall, King's Grotto, getaway car. This is the plot. White Pharaoh and Marigold. Here. Forced entry. Manning's down. They all work together on this. This was a... Boy, there were 4 of them. White Pharaoh and Marigold and Manning all worked together. 105, they get here, do forced entry at 124. White's here at 124. Roof access possibility. There's the guards, security doors. The getaway car here is a decoy. The real getaway car is back in the King's Grotto. Wow. Okay. Now, I can't read all the text. I think most of it's just superficial shenanigans. I would like to read what they said about the closed exhibit, though I think it's pretty obvious their target was the crown. It has now been 6 months. 6 months of living in this air-choked cavern of boredom and dread. 6 months since we said our silent goodbyes to our families. 6 months of planning. 6 months of rehearsal. 6 months of heartache. But no regrets. Everyone who knows me intimately thinks I have left the country. Everyone else assumes me dead. And maybe that's all that's left for us. The long walk and steps leading us to the gallows. A steep price to pay for ideals. I concede, but a price that somehow seems cheaper and less cruel than another 2 fortnights bunkered down here beneath the sand and soot. And yet, as I write this, I have never felt so close to the sky in my dreams. Tomorrow, we will reclaim our birthright. Tomorrow, the crown of Orinda will finally return to Oris. The first step taken is half the journey. May the black shores guide us. Mary. Wow. So the children of Blackwater is possibly this. It's possibly this. But more importantly, we know who did it. It was Mary Matthew Jones. Publishers, revolutionaries, in a sense. Royal Station. Orinda Aries train metro. Major stops: Royal Station, Mainway Station, Oris Train Hall, Fen Central, Tanner Fork, Orinda Station, Ruffington, Dead End, East Depot, Aries Crossing, Angel Tower, Lumberfield, West Depot, Trinsdale, Canyon Pass, Borderline. This was the grand train network of Orinda Aries. Before Fen Aries took over, replaced it all. Buried the tunnels. I wonder what brought them to do all this. Yes, I know that the history of Fen Aries is a lie. I know that the history was sort of redwashed in a sense to paint the Fen Aries insurrection as more legitimate and less evil. They tried to make King III look bad. And yes, I know that the original castle, the capital before the Fensurrection, is here. This manor was built on top of it. I've seen it excavated almost 100 years ago. Probably close to like 80. But why care so much? Grove Mary to do this? Is it just an attempt to take down the current regime using the strength and power of the old? Is the Sinclair or Epson family having ties to this estate, perhaps like the former family the former royal family. After all, Prince was a self-proclaimed title for Learson, or Lear, or whatever his name was. It could be the case that all of this is illegitimate. They have no claim to the throne. And that if, well, it's either the Epsons or the Sinclairs, it doesn't really matter. The wine cellar. The date on the wine cellar that combined the Sinclair and Epson family crests was over like 8 centuries old. If that was the royal family at that time, then it means that I, with the crown, with the inheritance, and with the bloodline, would be the, like, rightful heir to the Orinda throne. And then maybe that's what led Mary to do it. Just the best possible future for her own kid. Man. Well, we're not done yet. We have a sanctum key, but we can get another. If my theory is correct, we can now use the pump room. I've gone the wrong way. That's okay. We got a few extra steps. Still getting used to the concept that I have to enter through the foundation into the estate itself. It'll be easier to get back then. We'll have plenty of steps to do this. So, next operation we'll do is we'll drain the reservoir entirely and see what's below it. We also need to start thinking about what realm sigils we think we can complete. I feel pretty confident that we just know the realm sigil of Fen Ares. It was written in a book. And it's pretty clear that Fen Ares' history is a bit newer, a bit more steeped in that historical war that usurped the throne from, I guess, the Oris kingdom. So it should not be much of a problem to simply just dump the rest of it. So we are going to dump the rest of it. We're then going to take these keys, go down, and work from there. Let it be known, the reservoir is empty. Now is the time. Also, they couldn't have made like a call elevator button on this side of the foundation. If I drop the elevator down, I can't get down again if I exit from another location. A little inconvenient, personally. Okay, time to explore the bottom of the reservoir. Now that we found a sanctum key down there, it's pretty obvious to me that that sanctum key was the one for station from one of our own. Which means that the reservoir pushed us to 2 sanctum keys, which is good. Don't know what to do about the King of the Throne yet. That one's still a mystery. But now... Oh, man. They just used this entire reservoir as a dumping ground for old boxes. Do I need a sledgehammer for this? I hope not. Boat's having an opinion. You've got to be kidding me. I need keys for all of these. Maybe I can narrow down my target. We've got sun, moon, wave, sun, wave, sun, moon, wave. I have no idea which one of these would be the correct one. But this is fine. The reservoir is drained. It will stay drained. All we need to do is come down here anytime we have extra keys. Okay. Next up in the collection of realm sigils, as to be provided by going to the inner sanctum right now, is... I feel pretty confident about either Fen Ares or Arch Ares. Maybe I'm a little questioning on Arch Ares about the mode of transportation. But I think the best clues we've had for all of this is the stamps. I also know... What was the like kind of lime-ish one that I had for the blimp? The blimp was Nuance, so it's very likely Nuance is the one that is air travel. I also remember there being like a big turtleback travel, which I don't think is relevant to the one we're talking about. But of all of the ones here, I am most confident about making the realm sigil for Fen Ares. And perhaps it makes sense that we're kind of going left to right in order so far. Okay, these are all black. They're just stone. They're nondescript. Let's do this. So, we even have a visual depiction of the Fen Ares sigil. Let's just see if we remember how this works. We want the moats to be set to militaristic. We want the weather to be foggy. We want the... Yep, we want that to be road/carrot transport. And now we just need to rotate this to red, which is the wavy ones. Black, white. Not it. That's not it. There we go. Fen Ares. Red banners. Okay, so that's the history lesson. So this must be Fen Ares, the capital. I was thinking about taking a screenshot of it for archival purposes, but no thank you. Morajai Box, the Fen Ares variation. At the end of the War of the Fifth Era, after the Grand Realm of Fen Ares was established, Morajai boxes of the realm were graced with red tiles in honor of General Teskin's victory. When these tiles are pressed, all black tiles in the box turn red in triumphant victory. while all white tiles in the box turn black, serving as the outclassed and struggling reinforcements of the dwindling Desolate's army. Okay. What do these do again? The white turns gray, black rotates across. Red does that. Orange. Got an idea. I was correct. It would appear that orange will turn to the color of whatever has majority presence. And gray otherwise. Yes. It might be only up and down. Perhaps this is a statement on their method of travel. These swap, as always. Don't know what white does just yet. So far, all I see it do is disappear. Then green swaps with its opposite side. Okay, so I think white turns to gray, and it does like lights out rules. So we need... Not what I meant to do. But it's almost enough. Reset. Okay, given what I understand about the nature of these, I don't think there's any way for us to force I can force this one to be blank, which then allows me to force these to be white. And then rotate this around, swap it over, then we now have a black one ready on that side. But better would be it being in the middle. Okay, this way. White to black. Black to red. This will put red in all four corners. Ben, Aries, unlocked. Okay. Looking over here, looking over here. All right, let's read that postage. A little bit of color thing going on here. I don't know what that's about, but it's cool. Let's see here, though. Cannons. A banner. I'm actually writing this last postcard sitting at my desk at home. I suppose I should put forth the extra effort and drop it in the mail for consistency, but I am tempted to save the postmaster a trip, as it will just wind up here once again to join the other 7. Which I am pleased to report were all waiting for me on my desk, safe as can be. Flipping through them has reminded me of the many friends I made and lessons learned along the way, and as I look back, one truth shines brighter than the others. Air travel is much better than sea travel, Herbert. P.S. Remind Anne to replace the books I lost. Fantastic. So that does it. That means that the 8 realms in 8 days starts with Orinda, ends at Fen. Makes sense. I'll write that down somewhere. 8 realms in 8... Did I say 8 days? I meant 8 months. Orinda, Aries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ben, Aries at the bottom. Okay. Well, that's knowledge. In our knowledge account. Cool. Well, guess there's nothing left for us but to go back upstairs and get 1,000,000 keys. How do we get 1,000,000 keys? Well, we can make a lot of bedrooms and then get the guest servant quarters and servant quarters. We can unlock the locker room, which will spread keys around, and then pick those up. Conference room would make that a bit more convenient, but it's not necessary provided we have the steps. I'm really gonna have to like scan through my notes, get a good solid grasp, and kind of speculate out what the realm sigils will be. Fun and exciting prospect. The pump room shall remain as is right now. I don't think there's anything more we need. The fountain, access to the basement is unnecessary. The basement key itself is completely unnecessary. Even if we lose the key card, we somehow lose our momentum on the security card straps. We can still open the door down here, and just as a cost of steps go back up. That's locked? Uh-oh. Right, we were starved on keys at the outset. We might just run out. Okay, I am not sure what to do here. A commissary would give us a shop, which might contain a key, but it might not. Security isn't going to help us any more than it already has. I'm going to re-roll and look for the guest bedroom, or, like, the corridor. A drawing room, wine cellar, nook is a key. I guess it forestalls the problem and adds another room to the house. It also takes the nook out of rotation, gives us a magnifying glass. Suddenly compelled to go back down to the safe room and do a little reading. But first order of business is to find more key. This will give us 3 keys. That's not a bad deal. And the further up we go, the more likely we are to activate I want to force the break room. It's not here. I'm suddenly afraid that the house will shut down before we can get the break room. The the break room is, like, critical to our strategy. We need it. Is there, like, a shovel in here, maybe? Sledge? No, I don't have anything. Unfortunate. Courtyard, west wing bedroom. This is not a bedroom. I'll go commissary. Maybe there'll just be a security card for sale? No such luck. I'm buying this. Might seem weird, but I bought it. We need a security card. We need the... Okay, well, okay, more keys is more chances. But the break room is suddenly most important room to get right now. And I will burn the keys to keep the security card for one more day. Excellent. We've hit the security access point. Now we can do some stuff. Items we got, very few. Doot, doot, doot. Chapel is many rooms. We need this. We need to find the break room. It is necessary. Use every key. Terrace West Ring Hall has many more rooms. Her maid's chambers would probably be south of here. Walk-in closet is 4 items. One of those could be the security card. I'll take it. 2 gems, a key, and what is item number 4, if you mind telling me? Lock pick. Interesting. There's a locker room. There's also the rumpus room for money, but we don't need money. Locker room. The security door. We are in luck. Doot, doot, doot. Treasure trove is further access. One more room. We're just going one more room every room. Doot, 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 doot. Green memos in white boxes are always lies. Maybe that's one of the boxes from the reservoir. Maybe when we open those boxes, it'll give us secrets and intel. Green memos in white boxes are always lies, and we know that that is true because it was a blue memo. Come on, break room, break room, break room, break room. Dark room, bedroom closet. I think the correct call is to do bedroom closet. We'll get the 2 items, we'll leave. This dead end will be out of the rotation, giving us better odds as we go into the chapel access. We failed. The break room is lost to us. We have failed. This means that tomorrow we will have very heavily restricted access to the rest of the universe. And that's unfortunate. It is therefore time that we cut our losses, freeze our assets, and go unlock some of the boxes in the reservoir. Because right now, that's all I can think to do. Maybe we'll get lucky. But it means tomorrow, our objective is very simple. Go to sleep in the break room. Maybe even go to the conservatory, hope it re-rolls into break room, and we can make that the world's most common room ever. We are not immune to the perils of bad luck. Always remember that. We were able to do such great things because we had good momentum in our actions. And that momentum simply ran out. That is okay. I think of all things, the break room is the most critical part of our overall house-conquering strategy. Not to attain any particular goal, but to just make goals easier to attain. It's kind of foundational to our approach to all of this. And on the day we try to get it to realize its full potential, a little too late. Let's go from the back. This Blue Moon chest. The Sanctum key is in a black box. Green memos and white boxes are always a lie. We have no statement to go on, but let's look at a lie. The Sanctum key is not in a white box. It could be in a black box. But our only clue for anything right now is more lies. So I will take more lies. Only one blue box in the water contains a memo with a true statement. I don't know which one. And no statements coming from outside. Let's open this one. The Sanctum key is not in a box. It is buried. We are gonna need to come back here a lot, are we? This is funny. This is like the final boss of the parlor. Ostensibly my favorite room in the house for just the fun of it. Is now the final boss. Check out the house though. Very like blockular design in terms of what we've put down. Okay. We proceed. Okay, we got our assets from last time. We got the ability to step. Let's go see what our lovely friend over here at the side room has to say about it. Hovel Shelter Trading Post. Let's go Trading Post. So we're gonna be hard pressed to do anything today. But that's okay. Don't really need the crown right now. I'm not interested in deleting rooms. Drafting studio. What happens when we run out of rooms to draft? I am left wondering. Dead end. Okay, dormitory right at the heart of the world. Could be interesting. Or we go servant quarters to keep going forward. And one key. No, we're gonna need a lot more keys than that. Let's go dormitory. Maybe it'll have something cool like a hall pass. It's got running shoes. That'll save us some steps. Satisfied. Moving on, let's go from the Nook, because we want dead ends on the west side, so the east side has more good odds of getting to the Foundation. Is my theory. Hallway is fine, I guess. We're kind of stuck to our old strategies a little bit. There's the parlor. We could win some gems. Let's get full spread. Attempting to just fill the entire house for a little bit. Storeroom here is an excellent choice. Do this, do this. We would really like a secret passage to force ourselves into the luxury shopping. We could probably get a good thing. Or maybe the bookstore. We can get the final book. We can get a new clue. I'd like a new clue. I'm a little clueless right now. Speaking of which... Okay. Given that that's true and real... Well, no, the library... The bookstore has a room on the other side. We can make it here. Yes. Let's check the prices right now. Oh, there are 2 books. Okay, so we can either get The Curse of Blackbridge or a new clue. 40 or 50. We need a little more money. I'm confident we'll find a way to get some. Maybe this is today's objective. Get the break room so that we can have our synergy for tomorrow. And get enough money to buy a book. That is enough money to buy a book. We want to maybe save up, try and double our money. This would be 2 keys. I don't want to do the corridor right now, but it's the only way to keep the run going. Chapel is a heavy gamble. But it keeps the run going. So, given the adversity that we have just faced, by the chapel literally making it impossible for us to buy a book if we step into it, unless we find more money later, I'm going to take the time to buy The Curse of Blackbridge now. There we go. Also, while we're here, let's just write the fact that this is a bishop room. Haven't forgotten that we got to figure that out. Still have to find a king room. Okay, on to the chapel with all of our 0 money. Maybe it'd be worth it to smash the piggy. The guard. Leave that money there so that when we come back we can use it. Parlor is a dead end. Observatory is a dead end. Drafting studio is also a dead end. I don't think we have a magnifying glass, so it will not help us. Given the adversity we are facing, let's do the observatory. Step up our star count. We are now at 42. Let's check what the constellations have in store for us today. Lovely apple. I think that's the key. That's Draxus. I can tell. The Thale. Oh, man. That would have been so convenient a few minutes ago. And then, do I even want Draxus? I don't know. I'm just going to not look at that one. I think our ability to identify constellations by their just general vibe and shape. Okay, so this means that we only need 25 money to buy a new clue. Would have been a lot less, though, if I was a bit more attentive. I don't care about that right now. 2 keys. Let's go courtyard. This guarantees further passage and access. No shovel. Kennel. Digging to unlock security. We might want to... I'll do East Wing Hall because it's exclusive. That way it's locked. I'll use a key. We gotta find the break room. There it is. We're saved. All we gotta do is end the run here. Let's get the key. 14. 6 minus 5 is 1. How do I do this? -4 plus 5 is 1 times 11 is 11? Okay, so you are just allowed to start with a negative number. Let's see. 8 minus 3 is 5. Minus 4 is 1. Minus 1 is 0. Times everything is 0. Plus 1 is 1. Okay, so they're allowing the machinations to go into the negative before proceeding. Any doors? Walk-in closet is many items. Workshop is combination of items, which we could bring back to the trading post. In fact, we could trade our key in. Maybe we get a security pass and then we're good, but we don't really need one anymore. We just want keys. We really just want keys. Just more. Oh, yeah, there's a security card. We officially have access. Now, how the heck am I going to get 25 money in this day and age? What's even a good place to get money now? For a hallway that goes forward, that's a failure, and that's going to be the end of the run today. No, wait, no, I'm wrong. We can still go to the Foundation. So we'll take a Geist bedroom to get some rerolls for some safety. Not a tomb day, but it is still a day. Yeah, what's my good money-making strats? Tombs are become rich schemes. There's the rumpus room that gives me 8 money. I could launder stuff, but I don't really have anything else to launder. Doot. Okay, this will give me 3 keys, which is a lot better than the amount of keys I've been getting before. Just keep going. Coat check for that. Gymnasium is a tiring endeavor, but it's the only one we got for going. I'll let the gymnasium exist. Terrace laboratory. No, we want something that turns right. I will settle for the mailroom. I'm pretty sure we have a new letter anyway. No, we don't. And barring that, we are done here. I have ended the run of my own free will, and for that, I am not going to have regrets. We can't buy a new clue, but we can collect all of our keys, head back out, go downstairs, and find ourselves a few more answers. I will burn through all the books that I have to, if necessary. No. No, we cannot. We cannot actually do this. I did not open the door. Well, that's a little embarrassing of a blunder, but not a critical one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need to be careful, actually. We need to be careful that we don't accidentally run out of steps before we can get back to the break room. So we're going to need to maximize... If I'm a failure. We need to maximize efficiency in our actions here. I say ruining 2 of our steps. Did I eat the food in the pantry already? Yes, I did. Alright. Here we go. Running shoes, take me far. Thank you. The running shoes will help make this a slightly more guaranteed victory. Mailroom will help bolster our supplies tomorrow. I am opening this. And we can use the foundation to get back because we can call the thing from here. The boxes do stay open, so we can collect statements. Green memos in white boxes are always lies, but that actually gives us the... This box contained 3 allowance tokens! They're so excited about that. A prize is in a box marked by the waves. So we know that green memos in white boxes are always lies. So no prize exists in wavy box. Sanctum key is not in black box. We know that as well. For certain, thanks to this. No. No. This one? Yes. Is not in a white box. But the allowance tokens were, so it'd be like that. This black box claims that it's buried. There was also a box that made a claim about boxes in the water. But I can't find it. You? No. Sanctum keys in a black box, allegedly. So there's no prize in the wavy boxes, but there might be more clues in the wavy boxes. We also know that the Sanctum key is not in the white box. Let's try this box over here. All boxes marked by sun contain memos that are true. Sun boxes are true. This is very good news. We can now start getting some real intel from the sun boxes. Pink boxes marked by sun always contain... Pink with sun always have blue memo. This is actually a little redundant, because we know that all boxes marked by sun have a true statement now. So let's look at some of the old ones that... Yep, box allowance with 2 tokens. Let's validate this then. That was a wave, so no reliable intel. Sun truth. Oh, this side. The green memos in boxes near this box are both lies. Sanctum key is in a box. Okay. Would love to continue, but we are out of keys. Let us make our way back to the break room and break. Good stuff. Doot, doot, doot. Up we go. went. Up we went. Okay, break room is going to be a left followed by a left. There it is, and now we're feeling a bit better. Day 46 was a pretty short day, but it got us everything we needed to be back at full strength for the power of doing stuff. And that's honestly pretty worth it. So, if we want the Sanctum key, we're just going to have to get more regular keys. You eventually have interest in going back to the box of grand proportions, which is to say the vault. Day 47. There's our starting package. Glad to see it. Glad to pick it up off the ground. It's got sleeping mask in it. Bed strats would be very good, especially considering our desire for every key in the universe. Not gonna have as much... Wow, our allowance is huge. Okay. Okay, let's go bedroom. More bedrooms, more good. It means that we can get the spare office good. Go in here, get some extra money. We're already well on our way to buying the next book. Something I maybe should have done is actually use the library and read. My bad. Oh, there's a free key in here. Excellent. Bedroom closet. We're going very fast into the foundation side of things, but starting off with good item synergy is very good. And the fourth item is running shoes. Great. Let's see, we got like a thin hallway that goes forward. Workshop will work. Shop. They'll even give us a free item, the battery, to go with nothing we have yet. We do have reason to maybe get another sledgehammer, though. Boiler is fine. I'm not particularly interested in powering anything right now. Not really on my radar of things to do. Let's get the dark room out of the way. I know it's got a lot of rooms in it, but really I'm just using this as the hallway to get over here to maybe put a different dead end. I'll put a gem room here. Oh, hey, it's security. Moving on. Going down here, laundry room, furnace, or nook. Launder currency. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The laundry room takes power. We got lucky. We do actually have something we're interested in powering now. Full power. Direct it forward. Don't need that pointing that way anymore. Let's just make sure that that door is always available. Here we go. Thank you, security, for having ventilation. Let's do this. What are you? Oh man. We can manipulate the stars. That's wild. All of our steps with all of our gems. That's terrifying. And then all of our dice with all of our keys. Well, no to that. These specialty services are very powerful, but seem like they're very niche. I think we're going to go with the regular services. I want to convert all of my money and keys. Give it a little fluff and fold. Alright, we are now officially the Key Lord. We got a complimentary key for our efforts. Ain't that nice? Okay. Nothing here matters anymore. We are heading back downstairs. We are solving the truth of the universe. We are getting that Sanctum key. We're at the point where we can just open every single box. We don't have to care anymore. I will try and refine my search, but then once I'm done, I'll just open every other box. We have 23 keys. Also, it's important to point out that I think the laundry room, with our insanely high allowance, may be a very good room for the future if we just want to dump all of our money into a particular power. Open that up for when we want to go back in. We'll go back into the Foundation because I no longer care. Let's see what we can do here. So all of these are lies. We want to check the ones with suns because they have the truth. And the pink suns always have blue notes. The Sanctum key is not in a box in the water. That actually narrows it down phenomenally. There are no prizes in the wavies. You will not have the Sanctum key. This one will have truth in it. So let's try this. Green memos in white boxes are lies. I think we knew that already. Okay, so let's try... Well, the Sanctum key not being in the water is an excellent amount of narrowing it down. More than 2 boxes contain prizes. This is a lie. But we've already found the allowance prize by accident, which means that we now know there are no more prizes for us. Which means all we need to find now is the Sanctum key. This box contained a Sanctum key. Splendid. Alright, now what? Box containing allowance token is white. That was true. I know it said there are no more prizes, but I have nothing else to do with these keys. You know what? I'll keep the keys. They'll help me for the house, which I still need to explore. But first off, let's cash in this Sanctum key. Question is, which realm do we think we can resolve? I don't have the perfect notes for all of this, but I'm leaning towards Arch Ares. Because the parts we don't know about it, I think we can reverse engineer. Like, what we know about Arch Ares is that it's north of here, it's mountainy, it's yellow. And... I feel a little uncomfortable with my, the level of notes here. Okay, let's at least talk about the ones we know about for certain. We know Vera is pink and the diagonal seesaw. We've got Fen Ares locked down. We've got Arinda Ares locked down. The Hourglass Araja is purple, but I don't think I know much more about it. We also have a very strong need to solve nuance. Nuance is the blimp. And we know the stamp, and of all of the, like, stamps that we have, this is the only one I have a visual copy of to look at. So at the very least, we have decent chances at Nuance. I don't know the color of Nuance, though. And I don't have a good zoomed-in look at Nuance either. I mean, the big thing on the image is blimp. It's a blimp. It could be green. I don't know. I mean, the stamp is green, but the Arch Ares stamp was blue, even though Arch Ares itself is yellow. Okay. I'm gonna go with Nuance. I'm gonna nuance it. I'm doing this for another reason as well. This is the 8th door. It could be that there's another Sanctum key just in here. Okay. Let's do what we can do with this, though. Gonna put as much as I can into this. So, let's start with what we are very confident about. If they're doing, like, blimp travel, I suspect that the weather conditions are very normal, very gentle. So we don't have to mess with that. There's like greenery around the Nuance stamp, so I'm leaning towards them being agricultural. I'm going to put agricultural mode. Now, as for the method of travel, we want aviation. Dirigibles and balloons and stuff. And that is railroad. There we are. So this could be it. Aside from the color. I'm making a big leap in agricultural as being their choice here. But I'm gonna stick with it. And now let's try some colors. We can process of eliminate a few of them as already being used by other people. For example, black, that's Arinda. That ain't happening. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold. No, this is Nuance. This is not Araja. Okay, so white. I find white unlikely because although I am not certain, I think I associate more Ajay with white. I will try it. Okay. Moving on. This is yellow. Arch Ares is yellow. This ain't it. Pink. Pink is associated with Vera, from what I understand. So this ain't it. Red is Fen Ares, so this ain't it. Orange is Korarixia. And this would be green. Let's try this. Failure. So the green may have been symbolic to the agriculture, I'm not sure. Next up is violet. Violet would be Iraja, which I was putting as purple, but there is no purple here, so violet would be that, so it wouldn't be this. And then we're back to black. So let's try white. No. Okay, so this is telling me that the motes are very likely incorrect. I doubt it's militant. Doubt it's super urban. This one is academic. No, I would put that in Korika. This one is industrial. I would put that as almost Arch Aries. And then we get spiritual. But spiritual, I would put as Iraja. You know, because of the... Well, in the history book, it said that one of the daughters inherited Iraja. Let's get in the book really quickly. Mystical realm of ancestors, tradition, magic, and old tongue poetry. So, I'm operating on the basis of process of elimination here. I don't think it's that. Which leaves possibly poetry. The arts, writing, music. Perhaps? Let's try a spin at this. Bunch of different colors. So, white ain't it. White ain't it. This is orange. No, this ain't orange. This is yellow. That's Arch Aries, so no. Then we have pink. Let's try it. Failure. Red, offend, no. Orange, that's Korika. Green. Failure. Violet, black, white. Okay, this is opening up the possibility that the weather is wrong. Which concerns me. Is it wrong for me to think that they wouldn't be tribal because they have dirigibles and the such? I'm going back to agricultural, and I'm changing the weather. Fog is taken. I have to imagine... I have to go logically here. I doubt it would be very rainy because... they're doing heavy dirigible stuff. Superstorms is definitely Arch Aries. Is extreme heat a possibility? I don't think that matches the climate in the stamp all that well. Snow? Fear? I don't think... Maybe it's just my notion of Northern Hemisphere regular Earth. But I feel like they're too south for that. Now, to be fair, Nuance is a massive island nation. But part of it crosses through the equator. I would imagine that would be maximal heat. So I can't imagine it being snow. Wind, on the other hand, might pair nicely with its dirigible nature. So let's try that. Steeped in heavy winds. Still got the dirigible power going good. We're currently set on agricultural. Let's check the colors. This is pink. Right. I heavily suspect it'll be green, though. Red, offend. Orange, Korika. Try green. Nope. It's the violet. Viraja. This is black. That's taken. Let's try white. No. Okay. Next. we've looped through basically. This is yellow. It's orange again. Let's change the moat to not militant. Not super urban. I'm doubting it's industrial or academic. I got this swapped around. Spiritual, I still think would be a Raja, not here. So let's go poetic. Currently on pink. Let's try it. No. Then let's try green. And as a last-ditch effort, white. Okay. I don't want to get this through pure trial and error, but because this is like the closest I feel to what it would be. We need more intel on nuance, is what this is telling me. And I tragically just do not have it. So our interests end here until we can maybe closely examine that postcard a bit more. The day is not a complete loss, not in the slightest, for we still have the combined power of many things. Many, many things indeed. Don't see much of an interest going back through the main entrance to the house, though we never made a side room. Let's go make a side room, but then run back down here and then enter via the other side. It was a bit of a gamble going for nuance there. I thought it had merit. Unfortunately, not. I'm sure we can find more information in the ever so lovely postage of old. Oh, back out here. Running shoes are still real. Let's take that to our advantage and running shoe our way over to the side room. See what we get. If we get like a tomb, I'd be considerate to get the money out of there and maybe use that to... Schoolhouse is compelling. Let's just keep it simple and go shelter. I did end up entering through the entrance hall after all, which is an embarrassing blunder, but not a big problem. Okay, we get something that turns right. We get somewhere that turns in many directions. Cool. Security, therefore, can be our inheritor of dead-end stuff. Furnace will give us a key, which we really don't need. If anything, the thing we're starving for is gems and rerolls. We have one reroll, now we have 3, so maybe we're not so starving anymore. But gems is the resource we have the least of. Moving on through to the den. Hello there. Plenty of keys for plenty of boxes. A lot of money. Now I'm wondering if we should do some laundering. Combine it with gems and basically become an unstoppable powerhouse of room control. And if we do become an unstoppable powerhouse of room control, what would we choose to do with it? What do we want? Okay, we finally found the study. Let's talk. Let's talk. So, you may recall last stream, I struggled in here for a very long time, trying to solve the key to the combination safe. And it was an absolute abysmal time of pain and suffering. I, as described at the start of the stream, had to look up the answer, and given the answer that it was, I don't feel particularly bad because I was just completely blind to it. So, the queen is on D8. The queen here is associating the connection to D8. And here's the logical step that I never would have found. D8. Not the word date, which is probably why I got confused, but D8. 8 being the day, D being the month. And in my mind, I kept going like, okay, well, D is the fourth letter of the alphabet. No. December. The letter D as a one-letter code for the month. And that was my failing. So it is my understanding that the code is 1208. Okay. I'm sorry, Pianui. I failed you. But at the very least, we get red letter 2, and now if we go to the drafting studio, I can see if it's the same code. If it's not, I'm having a bad time again. Okay, let me just chart up my notes on the letters. There they are. This is red letter 2. It is not lost on me that red letter 1 is like a very different letter to the rest of them. Let's see here. December 8th. M? Be prepared for our plans to be set in motion in a month or two. It's all lining up, and all of our hard work is about to come to fruition. I have just learned that several members of the museum's guard are sympathetic to our cause. We suspect 2 more to be pure opportunists whose loyalty extends only to their coin purse. Your uncle has already agreed to let us use Mount Holly's flexible floor plan for a trial run. Assuming the red print we have secured of the museum's closed exhibit is in fact accurate and up to date. We should begin these trials without delay once you arrive. If you can, within the next 2 months, fabricate some fiction that might alleviate us of the presence of the servant staff. Until we meet on the shore of White Sands. Caleb. I see. It's also possible that this is actually an H. No, it's an M. It is M. Yes, of course. Because uncle would be Herbert. So, this is to Marion. Written by Caleb to Mary about heist. Okay. Closed exhibit. Contained closed exhibit blueprint. Red print, technically. So that works well with our meta, don't it? Break room meta. Once again, coming out strong. Okay. Let's go launder some gems in a second. I'm going to start by opening this door because it's tangentially on the way. Pick up as few gems as possible so that we have maximum on the other side of this. Observatory is a good choice. Not going to look at the star charts yet. I am instead going to go to the laundry room and do some more laundering. Now that we have a great quantity of allowance and some pretty good ways to get more money, I imagine that laundering will be a good source of power in the future. So, 19 gems, 16 keys, 3 re-rolls. We've got the keys to the kingdom now. Nice, nice, very good. The only thing we might be lacking is steps. But there's not really much need to backtrack. We can find the kitchen, possibly in the future. We could find the dining room. Definitely would help. We've got the sleeping mask, so more bedrooms will just be helpful. Look at this. Look at what we've wrought. Check this. This is the flower. This is the sale. That's unfortunate, because we just spent all our money. Extra key. That's fine. That is totally fine. I mean, maybe I'll make the kitchen a bit more approachable. Chapel. I'll take it for options. Want to expand our room access. There's some coins in here as well. I'll keep them just in case we cross through here again. Use our keys. We're looking for options. Maybe it's irresponsible, but I'm going to use a reroll here. I would like something that just naturally turns right. West Wing Hall will have to do. Could use the office to get ourselves some good gem. Well, sorry, good money spread. Maybe as a pivot to the bookstore. Drawing room is maximal options. I think I'll take it over the bedrooms right now. You know, I remember the Drafting Strategies publication saying that you shouldn't just always pick for maximum roomage. And I want to emphasize that I am not. There's a commissary. But sometimes you do want more options. Kennel is not good. I'll accept the dead end here. Let's see, magnifying glass for sale. F off, I'm getting that immediately. Now I can look at things closely. What do I want to look at closely? No reason it needs to be the courtyard just yet. Take the hallway. There's the drafting studio. This could be the redemption. Is it the same code because this is the same room? No. And just like that, I am back to problems. Oh, boy. Let's take a real good scrutinizing look at here. Monday is empty. Tuesday, 3, 4, 5, 6. Saturday's day 1. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So let me find glass here then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I tried 0305. I tried 0503. They don't do anything. I'm gonna try putting in day 1 again. Nope. Maybe today? Nope. Oy. See a date in there. Don't see what could it possibly be. Am I overthinking things again? Oh wow, they're running out of rooms to give me, huh? Not sure if I'm ready for more rooms. Maybe it's the partitioning of the gates? Like, this tree is separated from these 4. So maybe it's like 0104, 0401? Maybe it's the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 13 and 15. Maybe... Oh wait, it would be 5. No. Alright. What am I missing? Just hidden. I mean, I would imagine they could take advantage of the fact that I need the magnifying glass for this, because I only have it here. Like, you need the magnifying glass to access the safe, but... About 9. That's how many apples are on the floor. Yay. I wish Pianui were here. Pianui would provide encouragement and a non-ruining hint. I have to feel like I've done every possible, like, permutation of sanity here. That's a small gate, 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 that's small gate, that's small gate. The number of the different types of gates is 3... Well, let's think about that for a second. Because we've got these 3, which is brick and then white post. Then we've got these 2, which are back there on a white post. And then we have this, which is same metal grill style, but on a brick perimeter. Maybe I should be splitting these into 2 separate categories. And the only possible permutations of these 3 that make a valid date would be 323, March 23rd. Let's try that. No. And, like, I'm counting the small gates. These gates, they're more like stairs. Is that a number? Right there, is that just some pebblage? Almost looks like it says 25, or like maybe even 2Y. I might just be pebblage and I'm losing my brain. What are you? What are you? Okay, I think the only thing I can do at this instance is, stall for time. Wait to see if Pianui returns. Save me from my situation. Laboratory. We can maybe start an experiment. It's a bit late in the day, but we can start an experiment. None of these are particularly interesting. I'll do small chest as the B. And the A, I'll just do expensive rooms. Because we got the gems that we could buy expensive rooms. So that's fine. Okay, we're looking for... There are other leads we can follow right now. Just be mindful of those, I guess. Use a key. Oh, that's funny. We can go servant spare quarters or servant's quarters normal. I'm gonna go servant quarters spare, because that'll put a room on the backside. There's the car keys. Of no particular benefit to myself. More keys on the wall. I'm so key rich, I don't even care that much. Ooh, the casino. I would like to see this. Hello. You just letting people have an initial buy-in, huh? Oh my goodness, is the joke that you can bring the broken handle here and... Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so what do we want to do first? Let's go roulette-ing. What are the odds here? So, assuming every single possibility is of equal chance, the expected payout of this game would be 1, 2, 3... Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12. So for every reward here, we would expect to get 1/12 of it. So the expected payout of this wheel would be 1/3 of a gem, 1/3 of a key, and like 2 coins. So actually, I think in the long run, law of large numbers, this pays out like infinite money. Oh no, you gotta wager. You gotta wager an amount. And you only get 1 spin, okay. So to save my money for the slots, I'm just gonna wager 5. See how this works. I'm looking for money, mostly. Hey, money. We got 20 money! Ain't that great? Alright, let's try the slot machine. Okay, so 3 coins is 3 coins. 4 coins is 5 coins. 3 triple stacks is 9. 4 triple stacks is 15. A clover is 10 gold for each. A 2x doubles the amount. A snake of some description sets gold to 0. A net sets 3 gold per snake. And then 4 crowns is 100. How do I... Alright. Nothing. Oh, we get to pay to reroll. But only up to a certain amount. Okay. This is interesting. Well, we are definitely getting rid of the snake. I don't think we can win from this position. What the heck? I feel like our best chance of success is actually net. Failure. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Get rid of that snake. Give me a coin. Ha 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 ha! Profit. Excellent. Clover's a free... This is a free 20! Oh man, we are a high roller today. Dude. Alright, you know what? I'm interested in, maybe going for a snake, but I think it might just be better to re-roll the whole thing. Net King Crown. We could go for the full crown. Consolation. We got our money back. That's free money. Ooh. Could go for gold. Now we'll just restart. That's funny. Alright, that's good money. I think it's worth it to maybe go for a 4th gold. There we go. That's just 20 in the bank. I'm liking this. This is actually very profitable. Ah, well. Incredible. I'll cash out. Do. Get a coin here. Maybe a clover. There we go. Infinite money. Now we'll just do a full reroll on that one. Coin, Bitcoin, crown, double. How do we convert on this? We did not convert. Oh, we definitely want the snake out of here. Clover? Failure. Alright. I think we should put a lot more importance on the initial spin. Like, look at this. Now we just need, like, an X2. Alternatively... Oh, well. 10's still great. This is a highly profitable machine. Oh, man, we could convert pretty good if we get a clover or snake on the last rung. Failure. Oh, well. Oh, I got a choice. Do I go for the triple stack or the single coin? I'm going for triple. Darn. The strategy here is interesting. 5 money. I think at this juncture, we're mostly breaking even. I'm looking for a net, perhaps? Darn. Could be a cash out immediately. To go for 5. Yeah, we're like slowly losing money. We had 52 and then we had 52 again. Double snake coin, maybe a clover. Round. No, I think we're done here. I'll cash out for just 3. We get a clover. Wow. We're going big. We're going large. Man, I got a choice. I went for it. There we go. Net. We can go for a snake. Go for a snake. Snake. Snocky. There we go. All right, so now that we're at like a pretty good level of stuff, I'm gonna set a bailout condition for myself. If we end up ever having a value of 150 or a value of 75, I will stop. Net. Failure. Go for a net. Did I say 75? I meant 70. No net. Okay, this is the final spin unless we win. Hey, we won. Is above 70. We roll. Now I'll just go again. Do. Oh, this would be a phenomenal clover one. Go for clove. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Are the... Oh, this is like a different game, maybe with different odds? So if we had the broken lever, we should probably bring it here. Okay, so I'm thinking about our strategy, and I'm thinking we can get some good work done. Get some really good work done. There's a world where we used it. Oh. Hello. Morajai Box, fun for the family. Morajai boxes were a popular fad in the early 30s among both the peerage and common crowds. These small mechanical puzzle boxes originated on the island of Morajai as a children's game, but quickly gained popularity among seafarers who valued the compact boxes as both lockbox and entertainment on long voyages. Over time, the boxes spread from port to port and eventually found their way into the homes and hearts of every realm. A traditional Morajai box is distinguished by a lid featuring a 3x3 grid of white and gray tiles. Each white tile can be pressed like a button, which will change the color of that tile and the surrounding squares. The goal of each box is to find a way to make all four corner tiles into white squares. These simple rules evolved as the game spread across the world. Regional variations introduced new colors and mechanics, offering greater challenges and local flavor. While the fad may have ended, Morajai boxes still make for a memorable gift for both collectors and puzzle enthusiasts. Okay, so this was the first, and Morajai is white. I assume. Based on this. I suspected that, but now I'm almost certain. Okay. So if I understand this is basically operating on the rules of, you know, hit, game, lights out, except, you know. There we go. The allowance token. So that's 2 more money. What else we got here? Ooh, typewriter. Lockpick. Gem. A lot of stuff, actually. Herb. The controls for the Foundation elevator are located behind the Foundation wall. This means the controls can only be accessed by another room adjacent to the Foundation. Unclear if this is a security feature or a flaw. Please advise. That's fair. Can I not look at the other pieces of paper here? I would love to. Simon, I never intended to finish writing this letter, but by now you must know that... That's funny. That's really funny. That's really funny. I'm highly amused by this. Yeah. 12, 13. Whoa, that's a fancy sword. That's also a fancy sword. Here's the Red Prince. My encouraging uncle, who opened many doors for me, ever grateful Mary. P.S. They made me change the ending, of course, as you predicted. I've read this before, so I'm curious to see what the ending is. So this is the new ending, then? Or is this the old ending? Ah. That's us. That's us. There's Mary, there's David, our dad, Dadvid. Nice cannon. Nice other cannon. You get these from Fen Aries? Where we are, you know, our location that's presently established. I would love to check that stamp. We don't have a mailroom today. We can look for one. Trophy room. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you even imagine? Oh, it's frozen already. That's an instant trigger, is it? I see. In that case, we may need to manipulate elsewhere. At least our keys are still available. I doubt it would go here, but... Okay, locksmith is irrelevant. Mate's chamber's a dead end. Nook is fine. Looking for a mailroom so I can stare at some... Oh. Treasure map, but I don't have a... I will redraw these. Well, this would be a great time to buy stuff if I didn't already freeze my assets. But they'll be frozen to tomorrow, so that is fine. Right now, I'm more interested in possibly finding a mailroom. What? Ah, darn it. Oh my goodness, a furnace, huh? Major irony. It's the exact same rank. So I'm curious exactly how what I'm about to do will play out. We are out of rooms. Oh, I can redraw with gems. I will gladly redraw with gems. Give me a mailroom. Okay, I'm going to go for the investment strategy. I don't know exactly how this is going to work. What with the boiler threatening to destroy everything I hold dear. But my plan is to run into the freezer, freeze my assets, and then run away. But I have two conflicting desires right now. On one hand, I want to keep all my money. On the other, I want to forward progress of science and get that letter in here. Okay. Let's see how bad the melt is. I want this letter more than other things I could possibly be getting right now. That all hinges on boiler rank being good for it. $16, $17. It stopped. Is it really just flat out impossible to melt this? Maybe I can use the melting glass. Something I'll need to experiment with. It's just a concentrated shot of heat. Okay, there's one last thing I want to consider. And that is that this might be, even though I can't see a chess piece in here, a king room. It is the master bedroom after all. So instead of just ending the day as is, I'm going to run myself to the precipice. And we're going to see what that does for us. It's not doing wonders for my emotions. Alright, what's the best way back? I'm not really sure. Foundation's here. The elevator's available. I could run down, run to the other side. Go out, go down the elevator outside, and do that. And that might just be... It's very likely more efficient in terms of steps, because I have the running shoes, and outside travel is mostly free. But more so, I'm not sure if it'll actually be faster in terms of seconds elapsed. A minor concern. Yeah, we'll go out here, we'll mess around with the precipice chest, and see what comes of it. Interesting that it goes from a diagonal open to a diagonal open, like that. Here we are. So, question of the moment here. Are you kidding me? You're seriously not gonna tell me that's a king room? Do we have any other contenders for king room, then? I mean, do we even have queen rooms? Okay, let's check our list of rooms. The study's a queen room, of course, so let's put a queen on E3. We can pretty much just put a pawn anywhere and just wait for it to activate. The store was around here somewhere. There we go. Nook. Where was the Nook? Okay, B6-ish or so. There we go. Night room. Somewhere over here. Oh, there we go. That was the security. Okay, good to know. Now the king. Maybe it wouldn't tell me. You're the shatterable, in theory, wall. You're the pictured wall that Mary wrote, or some co-conspirator. Get you a super hammer, then. I'm just gonna try every single possible option. Hope I missed something. We're either looking for a supremely rare room, or I need to somehow symbolically represent having the crown. We know what we do. We keep looking. As for today, with no more room. Oh, I bet the radiation's gone haywire, and now that it doesn't really matter, I'd still like to look and see what happens. If I recall, it says it unlocks every room in the house. I don't know if that's explicitly true and real how it works, but... Okay, not enough, huh? Neat. What did I set the activation reward to be? Was it put boxes in the main entrance? I can't imagine them being of any further use to us. Especially considering our assets are frozen. But I would like to open them. We obviously can't keep the keys, and we don't have anything else to use the keys on. Reroll dice might have been nice. Okay. So that's the day. Let's head to the break room. Take a break. Too far. Here we are. Who are you? Well, call it a day here. And we're going to start this next day with crazy money, pretty good gems, and a security card for Foundation access. Impressive Inn of Fire and Ice. 5 bedrooms, furnace, freezer. Cool. I wonder if I have to put the boiler right next to the freezer. If there's even any way to open the cooler. I know the thing said cooler unaffected. I still care. Okay. $68 money combined with our allowance for a total of 92. Okay, my interests are to go over all of our stamps. Get that intel squared away. Fine glass is always good. Compass. Sledgehammer and powered up sledgehammer for breaking down walls, also desirable. Early kitchen, I think, has merit. Curiously, I think nurse station here might be good for us. In case of emergency, break out here. I forgot to set our outdoor room. And I apologize for that. Let's check. And the reason I panicked there is because we got Geist Bedroom, and I would have picked Geist Bedroom if we had gotten Tomb. Because rerolls are good. Shrine would be potentially incredible for the types of blessing power we would get. I will go Tool Shed, though, for the hopes of tools that will help us. Lockpick is good for keys because we don't have any keys anymore. Shovel is good for digging. We still got more to do. Workshop's high on the priority list, as is a... We need a broken lever. I don't know where we're going to get a broken lever from. Item acquisition's something I struggle with, it feels like. I think good option might be the courtyard. It might have a sledgehammer. Commissary might have a sledgehammer. This is a bad spot for the library given our desires to make purchases, so I'm going to go with a nook and hope we draw the library later. Boiler room, Geist bedroom. We now know that we are tombless today. I will pick Geist. We need a dead end somewhere. This tees us off for some good keyage from the servants' quarters, spare or otherwise. We can now also continue with our general break room strat and go back to the... I will open this box. I choose to. 2 keys! Worthwhile indeed. Let's check the telescope. That one I think is the flowers of the green room. That's a key. That's apples are more delicious. That's Diamond's Minder. And this is the slice and the twins. Okay. A lot of good stuff from the stars today. Thank you. Let's open these. More rerolls, a few extra coin. I'm gonna double back to the kitchen in a second and buy some fruit. I don't need all this money. Let's see here. Let's buy the club sandwich and bananas. Not too many. In case we have to use the nurse station later, I want to make sure that that is available. Fountain reel. Oh! Well, that was nice. From here... we'll head to the Foundation, as is our typical plan. We're hoping to spend big today, so the luxury room, the bookshop to buy a new clue, library because of its association, and the ability to order a book. We never read The Curse of Blackbridge. And Herbert's a big fan of it. I would like to know the story of Blackbridge. Hello, Foundation. How are you doing today? I'm going to start with the rear door. Be advised, we have a shovel. We can dig. We can get those pebbles. There's the commissary! Fantastic. We can now purchase. What's for sale? Sledgehammer, I'm happy to take. Metal detector, I'm most interested in due to its ability to be out of the rotation of items we can get. So I'm getting that simply to stop it from appearing somewhere else. Now all we need is the workshop to cooperate with a battery and then find a broken lever somewhere, somehow. Tough order. We'll work on it. Ho, 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 ho. That's a worthwhile use of trophy room, I feel. I think we actually have a desire to keep getting the freezer now. Courtyard might be good here. Got a broken lever in here somewhere. You've got the lovely gems from the Florealis. We've got a sledgehammer to open this box for more niceness. Seriously though, I am concerned about how I'm going to get a broken lever. The only way I think I've ever gotten a broken lever is from the workshop. The servant's quarters is a little odd given this positioning, but 4 keys is 4 keys. Orange for more steps. No problem just taking that. Didn't get the salt shaker, but I think it's fine. The clock tower. This is going to cut us off severely, but the clock tower is somewhere I've wanted to go for a while. Alright, buddy. Where are your memos? Southward I see a swan, ashen like sands of the shore, carried by westwardly winds, rogue like the moon of the north. Eastward I see a crow, dark are the days coming forth. This is a shard of a realm sigil. It ties 2 things together. What are they? This is the color violet with the poetic moat. Which unexpectedly ties it to Iraja. Was not expecting that, but I think that gives us what we need for Iraja. This is a rook room. That makes sense. I think that message is more important than I... This one's not moving. This one moves. This one moves. This one moves. This one does not move. The third is high up among all of the clocks. The sanctum key is here. Where? This is south. The rogue moon of the north. I see it. Southward is the swan. Gotta be honest, to the south I am not successfully seeing a swan. Is that a dig site? The east has a crow. This is west, so this is the wind? North definitely has the rogue moon in it. Vaguely located at room 46. I have a theory. I have one guess. I have one possible actionable item I can do right now, and that is being here at the time when all the times are the same time. That's all I can think to do right now. Okay, so from here, we turn the courtyard, go this way. I will take the Great Hall. Metal detector might help us out here. Crown of the blueprints. I'm gonna go for max rooms, and I'm doing this for max options to potentially find rooms I care about. There's the mail room. Do I have the magnifying glass? No, but I have placed an order. Go hallway, get us access to the left of the house. Another possible source of value would be the desperately looking for a library. There's the vault. We don't have the key to the vault. I'm re-rolling. Patio utility closet. I'm re-rolling again. Treasure trove pool, West Wing hall. Let's go West Wing. Oh, they are really, really having a good time giving me the library in an unusable location. Let's go veranda. Goville. Can. E. Coin. Let's open, we get the many doors key. Is an extra cost of a gem to make it be more convenient, and I will gladly take it. Is that a waste? Maybe. Sometimes I feel like I trap myself into making decisions I don't want to. Gem cupcake. Not the best outcome. Let's buy a major key. Okay. That might make it worthwhile. Broken lever. Okay, now we want to find that battery. Workshop. Workshop. I've got a contraption I want to build. Yes. Yes! Okay, while we're here, let's guarantee the... First off, sledge, lever, battery, power hammer. Very good. Now, with the garden key, we can do two things. One. Yes, please. Hello. Security. Hello here. We have... Okay, so this is gonna be... actually easy. Convert everything to red. Okay, it wasn't as easy as I thought. Now red? Yes, okay. Okay, I think it works on, like, the rules of, like, sides. It's not including the diagonals, only the orthogonal. So I do this. 2 to 1. 2 to 1, 2 to 1. 1 to 1. None to none. Ben Aries unlocked. Okay. Hi. Ooh. Dearest children, the pieces are in place and all rigid cogs have been greased. However, if our ambitious plans are to succeed, we must strike this Tuesday. The routine changing of guard personnel on the first of each month means the opportunity we have created for ourselves will likely never be so opportune. If we wait even one additional week, the window will be closed. On Tuesday, there will be 3 royal guards stationed at Learson Hall, 2 of which will be wearing black gloves in lieu of the traditional white. We would be wise to sacrifice almost everything to avoid the white-gloved guard, striking only when he takes a recess. The 2 black-gloved guards have been instructed to bind, blind, and gag themselves, to spare us the precious extra minutes it would take your group to execute that task on their behalf. However, that also means that once we reach the exhibit, we will truly be on our own. May the black shore guide us. May the black skies shield us. May our fathers be proud of us. In arms, your faithful shoulder, Pharaoh. That was the plan. All along. We need something that goes north. Ooh, that's not looking good. Would have really appreciated the ability to go to the secret garden, but I may have missed my chance. I need to go left. Treasure Trove is an investment in the future. Use a key here. I doubt it has anything more to share. The true treasure of the Trove is not in the house. Could it be that this room ties to the tomb, both being a rare and coveted black print? Go left. We can go left. Parlor is left. On. Secret garden key. Activate. Are you kidding me? Wait, this might be even better. No. This is the wrong key. Maybe we just got unlucky? Well, that is most assuredly unfortunate. We are not out of options. We are not out of hope. In fact, we can still do something very meaningful today. For we have this sledge. The super sledge, even. Even better utility. Nice key. There is a rare hope, but a hope nonetheless. We could put the secret garden on the other side of the house, perhaps. Well, here's keys. The reward's going to be on the other side, then. And that's door. I'll take door. Locker room might be good for all the shenanigans we've got. It's also just a path forward to the final room. Not enough keys, not enough interest. For lack of everything else going on, we'll take security as the least bad option. Key. Sitting there. Oh, it's the showroom. Splendid. Hello, what great rich valuables can I purchase? I need to check my notes regarding the... workshop. So let's write in what we know. We know the shovel can make detector shovel, something, and then something. We know the metal detector can make the burning glass, the sound pick, and I don't remember the third thing if we ever knew it. The battery pack, the only thing we've ever made is the super sledge. The broken lever, we've only ever made the super sledge. The compass, I think we used to make a dowsing rod. The sledgehammer is only ever used for the sledge. The lockpick kick is only ever used for the sound pick. The purse is a question mark. The magnifying glass is the burning glass. And the final question mark one, we don't know. I kind of wish I could choose what I bring with me. But I will be taking the moon pendant no matter what. Then, forget the master key. Emerald bracelet will be pretty good considering we're about to lose all our emeralds unless I can find a freezer. I have this weird suspicion about the ornate compass, though. That it might be the other option. I'm buying it. Corridor is fine. We keep going. Office is the correct direction. We keep going. March of the Count. Not this. March of the Count. Do we know a count? We may know a count. Oh my goodness. I just looked and I saw his name. It's Count Isaac Gates. And look around here. We've got some small gates around. Alright, so I'm assuming you're Isaac Gates. So we're looking for this little spooky back hair thing. So there's one. There's two. There's three. I'm thinking we got a count of three. So March of the Count would be 3-3, I think. Oh, this makes up for the drafting studio. This is letter 8, also known as letter infinity. I'm scared. Red letter 8. So now we're only missing 3 and 5. Dear Mr. Sinclair, thank you for promptly answering all our demands not involving the police and allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire as smoothly as one could hope. And while I'm guessing you had hoped to never hear from us again once we had given you back the envelopes, we felt that one final red letter of our own was merited, given the circumstances. Hopefully, you will not be as careless with this missive as you were with the others. Correspondence this incriminating should be kept in safe, not desk drawers. Let's first put your apprehensions aside, as I'm sure another red envelope is the last thing you expected to find on your desk this week. No, we are not making more demands, and no, we do not have copies of the other letters. You are already more than generous and accommodating, and the least we can do is fulfill our end of the bargain. So why write to you at all? Why incriminate ourselves further if we already have what we want? In a word, principles. After reading your eloquent reply to our initial note, it became apparent to us that there had been a few misunderstandings. This letter is intended to clarify some of those points, and hopefully will place our schemes in a softer light. First, we may have gotten too excited with the colorful language of blackmail, but our goal was never to terrorize, despite what you believe you interpreted as thinly veiled threats towards your young nephew. I want to personally assure you there was never any tangible danger. If we gave any impression we would hurt the youngster, it was meant only in the very vague sense of hurting his social prospects. And yes, while we admit that our word choices might be questionable, enough so that it would be reasonable to accuse us of being intentionally misleading, we hope you believe us when we tell you that this was not a calculated ploy to elicit payment. However, as payment has been received, there is nothing to be gained by scrutinizing the questionable ethics that were employed in our extortion of those funds. Little defense can be mustered on that score. Additionally, any judgmental tone you may have detected when we discussed the content of your stolen letters was entirely unintended. We want it on record that we do not consider ourselves superior to you and your family in any way, and are in fact entirely sympathetic to the underlying cause that the letters pertain to, and you thought this letter couldn't get more incriminating for us. Again, we feel guilty as sin, and only time will tell if the financial recompense will outweigh our culpability. Even though you will never hear from us again, we hope this parting letter will result in you thinking of us and our dealings, if not favorably, at least sympathetically. Sorry for the inconvenience. Forever anonymous, X. Well now. Written by X to Herbert, apologizing for the blackmail. Interesting. So this tells us quite a bit, actually. Now, interesting to me that there's a lot of blackmail going on. Letter 1, red letter number 1, was written by the son of the foreman, effectively blackmailing Sinclair to give him business dealings, and he will not speak of the secrets unearthed. Red letter 2 was written by Caleb to Mary about the heist and Herbert's support for it. Red letter 4 was written by Daniel to Herbert, chastising Herbert for having some part in Mary's disappearance, or alternatively, not caring. Outwardly, at least. Red letter 5 is not yet one I found, as is number 3. Number 6 is writing from Herbert to Mary about, just general safety and assistance and care for Simon. Red letter 7 was written by Courtney to Herbert, stating that she has found peace with the disappearance of Mary and hopes that she is alive and indeed was whisked out of the country. And red letter 8 is apparently written by someone named X, who stole these letters, blackmailed Herbert to get them back, apologized for the inconvenience, and stated general support for the cause. Which is interesting. It's actually very interesting. It makes me wonder if now this letter is very clearly typed. Which is interesting. It gives it very much a different vibe than the Danny Ravane one, but also Danny Ravane is believed to be a part of the scheme. Now, Danny seems like he cared a lot more about the Room 46. I don't know why, but he was accused and fired about the blackmail and stealing the letters. It's very likely, in my opinion, that he did it based on handwriting analysis of his deranged notes in the hovel, combined with the original piece of paper included with the blackmail letter, red letter number 1. Which suggests to me that Danny Ravane is the person who did some of the blackmail, if not all of it. I think he might have some collaborators. The note we found in the car might have been secret method of, like, you know, paying the ransom for the letters back. And, you know, them just leaving. So that might mean that the Ravane story has concluded. Storehouse, pump room, laboratory. For the interests of machinations, let's rotate these this way. Laboratory is late to the party, but it's another room. Always good for another room. And now that we're on this side of the house... Oh-ho. I'm sad. I am sad about this. But you know what? It's okay. We can't do the bookshop anymore, obviously, because we spent all our money. But we can at the least order the new book we bought. Okay, we did that, 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 and now it's just going to be Curse of Blackbridge and eventually a new clue. Shame about the money. Shame about the money. Well, that's interesting. Come on, I need a locked door. You really do not want me to find the secret garden today. You really do not. And now we can't. Wild. Let's go Lost and Found. I'm curious what we got here. We've lost our shovel. It just occurred to me just how bad of a risk entering this room was for me. The only room we could possibly ban from the house is the Lost and Found itself, which I don't care to lose. The office is a king room. We can do this. We can do many things right now. We now have a resounding 2 reasons to go to the precipice. What's our best path? Probably Foundation. Foundation elevator is nice and conveniently here. Let's do this. Yes. We've got the super sledge. And we can get out from here. Come on. Can I break you? No. Okay, to the precipice. For 2 orders of business. Two orders of business in the same room, no less. Mashma. Cat. Somewhere over here. Just check the map. We'll do this nice and reasonable. The office was here. Just put a pawn somewhere. That's good. There's a store over there. Clock tower was a rook. There we are. Bishop is... I'm checking blindly, but I'm confident I'll find something. Accidentally. Is it not the case that we had a chapel? We didn't have a chapel today. What other bishop rooms do we got? Rumpus room, attic, and bookstore. Maybe the library might also count if we're lucky. Bad news is we may need to just sort of guess. Don't tell me the scheme falls apart because we don't have a bishop room. I space IIO. Do we have a queen room? At the very least, make me feel better about this. Queen rooms include the study, which I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe that was yesterday. The nook, and pawn, mail room, locker room, great hall, showroom. music room. Try some queen spots. Okay, but the newfound knowledge that the office is a king room means that we are in a very good spot to do this. We now have instances of every room we may want to use. Even if we failed today, it won't be much longer. I think that that note in Blackbridge pertains to this. But that wouldn't work with this. I need to check my notes on this. Let's see here. I space IOO. Let's start transcribing this out. Castle. Now there are two possibilities here, that the I goes at the top or the I goes second from the top. If we do I at the top, it would become CIIOO. If it's not the top, it'd be IIOO. Now, according to Denny Ravane, the S could be... Oh, wait, the cat message isn't about the word cat being used. It's about the relative positions of those letters. Okay, where's the Ravane ramblings? I mean, I remember it. It was 6 or. So that would imply, okay, the cat image would imply that a T is like vaguely at the bottom. STLE. So it would be like ET. Which would not correspond to putting the I lower. So the SI would be SIX. TOR. Maybe. Rumor 46, Grotto. It seems like I haven't written down the paranoid ramblings of the locker room. I'm less confident about the R. Maybe I thought it would just be easy to remember, and it was, but now I'm not confident that it's even correct. I'm very interested in where the heck we would find any other clues. So, we got good intel today. We've broken open one wall. It's not every wall I was hoping to break open, but it's some of them. And we can retain some of our advantage. Even more of our advantage if we head back and check in some stuff. I gotta be missing something about the gates and the calendar and the drafting room. They're gates. They're small. There's 8 of them. That's like the defining features. But oh well. Today was not a complete loss. We did some good. We did some good. Clock tower is still a mystery, though. That poem does not leave much to our intel. Is there even a way through? No. The only way we got in through the Foundation. As is the plan, but mildly complicates our return. I worry we're reaching my, like, limit of skill. I'm worried that at some point I'll just stop being good. That I won't be able to hold all the knowledge together in one place and it'll just falter. There's like 2 major plot lines I feel like we're dredging through right now. One is the realm keys and the other is the marigold through line. Well, we spent well. Let's retain and remain. And for all the stuff that's happened, we have a new lead. We need the office, we need the study. Everything else will probably just appear off of me making stuff. Case of emergency, find the rook, but we have a good chance of solving the precipice puzzle. Precipice. Especially with all the advantages I've given myself. Look at that. More sleeping mask? It's always a sleeping mask, it feels like. Sometimes it's a compass. I like it when it's a sleeping mask. It's a useful thing. Wait, why do we start with 2 keys? Okay, let's see. We got sleeping mask, silver key, moon pendant, and key card. So we kept the silver key and the moon pendant itself. Let's go with momentum, I feel. What do we got here? What do we care for? Trading post might open possibilities. The tomb is big money. Shelters, eh. I went with the tomb because I want to experiment having the tomb and the treasure trove at the same time. I want to make the treasure trove, I want to go back to the tomb, I want to see what happens. Let's begin our travels, though. Not so happy to be using the den this early into the day. But it's a place to start. I didn't pick up my allowance, did I? Conservatory. Take advantage of the fact that the corner only strat. Ooh. Office is standard. Check that. Dining room standard. Conference room is unusual. I'm actually okay with these rarities. Part of me is desiring that I change the rarity of office to commonplace. Just so that we got a better chance of drafting it. There's a nook. That's a rook. Here's a kitchen. I think I'll go storeroom instead. The dead end's out of the way. Early and out. Laboratory, bedroom, hallway. Let's go laboratory, do an experiment early, I feel. Might be beneficial to us because we get benefits for experiments usually. Permanently add 1 gold to allowance is definitely good. Security door is great. We're gonna be rich. Because we are big fans of security doors here. Now that we got break room strats. Break room strats to be the hero of the run. Pantry. Let's take that money. Let's take that banana. Free banana. This is pretty silly as a starting configuration to the house. Ooh, nice. Ooh, items. Okay, we're going into the deep end now. Nothing left to do but take our allowance and get out of here. We are looking for the office. We are also looking for the study. I don't have any other rooms listed for Queen. So at the current time, unless we find another, it would have to be study. Foundation, ma. But I have to imagine the mistress's quarters would also be a queen. Just given its significance to... Well, I guess these king and queens aren't necessarily correlated with the tenants of the house. One could say office is just more generally a matter of authority. And I think the office is much more the domain of Babbage to an extent. Experiment good. I picked nurse station. My allowance has been raised, so eventually money will not be a problem. Even now, it ain't much of a problem, if I'm being perfectly honest. We have the tomb today. Okay, we only have one path forward, but really good re-roll potential. Things we're looking for now are gems. And more security doors for more money. I'd be happy with a... I'd really like a parlor. We can get the last book. We can get the last book. Now you might be thinking, exception, why the heck do you think that you can get the last book? You only got 40 money. I'll tell you. We got crazy re-rolls. There's the bookshop. And because we have the tomb, we don't have to go in there just yet. That's fine. Let's read first. Yep. The Curse of Blackbridge. Got my collection of books. The Curse of Blackbridge. Let's do this. By Redford Elwing. Forward. The legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm. For versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed as ambitious and impossible a challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised by how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet, the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Part 1. The Berry Picker from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wickedly than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyways to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out, an easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations leading out of the city and into the gentry lands where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted, and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged, and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the sky. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept towards the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. Jesper? Is it Jesper? I don't know. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect, that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming round the bend of my own drive, and me see such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for a courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? See, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them! I have not only just begun picking, and look how many I have! It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far! You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled. And while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these." "Surely you have tasted them for yourself?" Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "In my youth often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jesper's time to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today." He raised the basket even higher. "A taste in memory of your youth, sir." The driver chuckled and removed one glove. bending over the seat to reach down to the basket, and at that moment his fingers touched the first berry. The dagger in turn met his throat. Oh, frick, I'm messing this up. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I will admit, the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing towards the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands. A concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In its place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since the passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, two observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all four sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed, given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and showed it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what, you mumbling agenter? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. One pace. He paused for effect. 12 more and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had of course heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might have provided additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No. It would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him, as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. Two white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If on the other hand the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function of secure objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand let go. If it is a curse, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2. Below the Black Bridge. This is a long book. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person could have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on 3rd watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciates the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce amongst the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy? Never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to... Sorry, I got confused by the grammar there. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats, with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Blackbridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. I'm sorry I didn't whisper it, but it's an emphasized go. I'm gonna say go. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing towards the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose the first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep, and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him, a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him. Though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettlers of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sound of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open, wide, despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed 2 bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. 2 bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Okay. So ends the story. Interesting. So the Curse of Blackbridge, as I understand it, is a 2-parter. Obviously from the books, but there's like 2 phases to this. 1. That effigy. That's like the curse. In that curse, Jesper was condemned to be lost to 12 paces. 13, I guess. Before he would be destroyed by the curse. The other is that as a very unfortunate series of just disasters unfolded, the unholy hounds accidentally murdered Jesper as he was returning with the carriage, and having forgotten to relay the Blackguard soldiers atop, they were eventually found and eliminated. There's the parlor I was looking for. This box is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. There are 2 false statements. This one proves to be interesting. This box is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. There are 2 false statements. If you're true, then you're both false. And I think that makes a contradiction, because it would mean this box has gems, but it means that there is not a box with a false statement that is empty, which would imply both of them are filled with gems. No. More accurately, it would say that this one being false a box with a false statement is not empty. Oh, darn it, that means this could be true. Okay, what if this is false? If this is false, there's only one false statement. And it's this, so these 2 are true. This box is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. And the gems are in here. It depends on how I interpret this being true or false. If it's true... Okay, well, at least in terms of true and false, there are only 2 possibilities. This being true, and these 2 being false, or this being false and these 2 being true. In the event that this is false, these 2 are true. This box is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. Just that one. The gems are in here. If this is true, these are both false. This box is not empty. And a box with a false statement is not empty. No. A box with a false statement is empty means that there cannot be a box with a false statement that is empty. Because that would make it true, because this one is a false statement. No, it would be true because this own box would be empty, having a false statement on it. So this is impossible. This cannot be true. It's false. It's false. These are both true. This box is empty. This box is empty. You're the gems. Oh, I almost tripped myself up there, huh? We're good now. The freezer. Undesirable today because I want to make a purchase. So I will go with the workshop. I will take this broken lever. What do we got to work with? Shovel, silver key, sleepy mask key card, lucky rabbit's foot. Broken lever. I don't know of anything I can build out of these components. The shovel, broken lever combined, but I haven't figured out what the third thing is yet. Okay, let's see. Bedroom for some step. Utility closet is utility. Locks this. I'm going to re-roll. Servant spare quarters is many keys. Her ladyship's chamber is very interesting. I'm going to go spare quarters, though. There's no problem to be had by having more keys. No problem at all. Here's the break room, potentially. Kind of an awkward walk, but... just to confirm it's real? Might be worth it. I won't even enter there. We've got some work to do. Hey, a purse! Okay, so let's focus on what we have and what we want to do. At any point, we can go to the tomb and extract enough money to buy stuff at the bookshop. The only threat to our ability to do that is our step count. Outside of that, we care about getting the office, the study, maybe some other equivalent room with queenage potential. Ballroom is technically infinite gems if we got the steps for it. So now we can feel a little more confident just spending gems for 1 or 2 gem rooms openly. I would like a room with a lot of doors. I'll take passage happily. I'll take this happily. Hello. I suspect that there's a ploy where we bash through that wall with a super sledge and then take the crown. Don't know how real that is, but I want it to be. Lockpick in here is understandable. I assume they wanted to practice their skill. Give me the money. And by the money, I mean the allowance in this instance. We have a shovel. We could kennel. Reserve keys, but it doesn't really matter. I'll put the showroom. Our allowance has been raised. Beep, beep, beep. Here's coat check. Commissary is a store. Aquarium is many rooms. We don't have the gems for it. There's chapel. Let's do a little bit of the 1-2 shuffle. Here's a bishop room. That's good. That's good. Still want the study. Still want the office. Here's the vault mail room. That's a benefit. No new letters. I'm gonna redraw in the hopes of something nicer. Music room. I'm curious as to what the major key would be, but I would like the bedroom for step economy. It's a bedroom. I can bed with it. There's money here. The dining room will be available promptly. Looking for the better rooms here. Attic is available. Planetarium and tunnel. Can't afford an attic. Tragically. I will reroll. Let's go bunk room. The final word in step economy. In principle, I should have gone back to the dancing hall, then came back here for options. This is also our last room aside from showroom to the north. I don't have a key for it. I'll pick dark room. Yeah, I know. Unlock the doors. I'll take this. It might be the office. It's the master bedroom. Complete with free compass. This is still really funny. Astonishing to me, though, that this ain't a real... This ain't a king room. The perfect room for it. Well, on we go. Looking for hope. What gives me hope here? Let's go green. I figured it would be a good combination of rooms and valuables. Inspected. Gems are available. Shovel spots are available. Where wine cellar dormitory. I guess I'll go wine cellar. Treasure? In B6. In the closed exhibit. That's very thematically appropriate. I think I've gained a renewed confidence that we're going to be okay in steps thanks to the existence of not trophy room. Thanks to the existence of sleeping mask. Oh, we're losing our money. Oh. Looks like the spot. I'm gonna start digging. I wonder what we'll get. And in the closed exhibit, no less. Oh, money. And extra money thanks to the purse. Well, this is most splendid. It means we don't even have to go back to the tomb to get our crazy valuable money on to buy that book. It also means we could theoretically use some of the rest of the money to buy stuff here. I did not realize there was more things to acquire. What does that mean? Rewind time. Does it mean that if I re-roll and then unroll, I win? I'll buy some of this. As long as I got 50, I'm good. And I will not have to go through the chapel to get to the bookstore. So, let's go up here. I wonder if I can just sort of like haphazardly lodge this into the thing and it will just work good. Oh, hello. I have a lot of items. I may want to go back to the workshop and do some construction. Now, it is in the future. It is beyond 1 p.m. Like 2 something. 2:50 even. So if there was something to do here, it is lost to me. Also of note, we did not find the study. We did not find the office. So today we will not be conquering the precipice, but that is okay. We may have the opportunity to conquer something else. Let's conquer a good book. confirm, it is this way. To confirm, we go right. So we go left, right, right. Running shoes also putting in good work today. So I don't really know what to make of the Curse of Blackbridge. Okay, a new clue. I don't know what to make of this room now. We bought all the books. It's a bishop. But we're about to have bought all the books. Do I have a magnifying glass in my giant collection of items? No. Truly unfortunate. Not too big a deal, though. Okay, we're gonna have to make the long walk back to the break room to end the day, but in the meantime, let's get constructed. Can we do something with the shovel battery pack now? With all of our great combinations. We can do this. The jackhammer? This is admittedly a surprise. So, in my list of things, my list of combinations provided to me by my great book of architectural knowledge. There it is. Shovel is now detector shovel, jackhammer, and something else. Metal detector, we're still looking out for that third thing. Battery tech is super sledge, jackhammer, and broken lever is super sledge, jackhammer. I need to know. But there's a third thing out there. That's the battery pack and something else. Battery pack compass. Oh, right, the electromagnet. I forgot about the electromagnet. Okay. So the only mysteries left are shovel. One thing with the shovel. One thing with the metal detector, one thing with the purse, and one thing whose entire identity we don't know yet. Well, it's the rabbit's foot. It's the rabbit's foot. That's the last one. Which means that the only thing left is shovel metal detector, which I'm pretty sure is the dowsing rod. Because that... No, it was compass and... Maybe it wasn't. Something's dowsing rod, but I don't remember what. It's compass and shovel, it's dowsing rod. So, dowsing rod. Detector shovel, jackhammer, dowsing rod. Then what's the third metal detector combination? Burning glass, the sound amplifier, and... what? Maybe you can combine a compass with the metal detector to make a dowsing rod. No. Well, A mystery for a slightly different time than now. Because we got at least one thing we can do with certainty. I'm just going through these options right now. First, nope. Battery pack, sledgehammer compass, shovel. Power hammer, of course. Sledgehammer, compass, shovel, keycard, broken lever, lock pick, no compass, shovel, makes the dowsing rod. Normal. Nope. Nope. No. Okay, so let's just combine Lucky Rabbit's Foot and Coin Purse. I would like to make the Lucky Purse. Combination successful. What do you do? Doubles all the gold we find. Oh, that's wild. Okay. Next up on the docket, I want to make that jackhammer. Oh. The Trophy of Invention for creating all contraptions in the workshop. Trophies earned will be permanently added to the trophy room. Nice. What does this do? More effective than the shovel at excavation. Digs deeper and finds better items. Okay. Sad I have pretty decent odds of losing it, as well as many other things that I have. Would love to have some more digging to do. Maybe there's some open spots in the foundation I didn't care enough about at the time. You know, just to see. Just to see. I would like to see the power of something better at digging. A pair of old keys! Pair of gems. Yeah, you can get a lot of good stuff with this. But we are out of options. The paths are close to us, and from my records, we do not have any amount we need to do the things. So pawn room. I feel like pawn rooms you really don't need to just care about, aside from checking them off the list. Is this a chess room of any description? No. I'm not seeing any chests in here. Is this a king room? There's a crown in it. I guess that crown is just a stand-in for the real crown. For testing. We got the luxury store. I feel like this place is too luxurious to provide any of these. Like, this place is too fancy to have chests in it, yeah? Yeah. Bing bong. So why do we think the Baron has such a strong affinity to this story, this Curse of Blackbridge? Well, I think because the effigy kind of reminds him of how his house works. Well, it's break room time. Let's sleep. I want to do one more try, focused specifically on trying to get the precipice operational. This may prove to be a mistake because I have officially gone over my allotted time, and I gotta stream with a cell in 3 hours. Not ideal situations for me. Causing my own self-regret and misery. I have the keys from the clock tower. No extra keys or gems, just some items. Now I would like a magnifying glass promptly so that I may observe things. Yeah, look at that. 29 money. Thank you, laboratory. Or Toolshed Hovel Shelter. Let's go, Toolshed. Watering can. Could do grass strats today. Not really the focus of today. The focus of today is filling out the chest. But you know, we can give it a shot. Black Ridge gonna be as unhelpful as ever. Let's do our routine. We'll start with Parlor because gems are good. They help us do things. Oh my goodness, am I cheating? This box is empty. This box is empty. This puzzle is harder than it seems. Oh. That might have been what I was detecting. Okay. What a prompt, huh? So, this box is empty. This box is empty. This puzzle is harder than it seems. If this is the false statement, then, you know, this tracks. False, empty, true, empty, false. Open this up. It was actually really easy. But only one of these at maximum can be false. The other must be true. If we're contradicting that. So it's either false, false, true. It can't be false, false, true. It'd be true, true, false. But if this is true, and one of these has it, and that's like non-decidable. We can't differentiate that. I'm gonna go with that. This is actually not as hard as it seems. That's true. That's true. That's false. Open this box. Give me those. Don't try and trick me with paranoia. Ooh, interesting options. I picked the workshop because it lets me stall on combining. Ledge. Oh, it's nice. Boiler room, tunnel, chapel. We're gonna lose money. I'm okay with losing money. I just want to fill out the halls with rooms. Stick to this then. Get the money. We kind of want to maximize rooms we make. We almost want to go for the fill out the house achievement. If only because we want to... What items did we save? We still have the moon pendant. We have the key card. We saved the lockpick compass. So we're actually very good on supplies. Lockpick failure. Garage. West Hall is a good option here because it's rooms. Entry. Observatory. I think observatory is a night. It's also the stars. Maybe we can get some help from the Estral. Well, there's Draxus. Diamondus Major, that's the twins. There's Delicious Apple, there's the Cross. Like this. I actually think I'm gonna invoke Draxus because he'll give us better study odds. Oh, there's a key on the ground. Thank you. Vestibule Geist bedroom, not gonna help us with our situation. I think I forgot to go outside. Let's go vestibule. We're kind of splitting this in a weird way compared to usual. We're going, like, left. Like, we're filling out one side of the house, and then we're filling out the other. Like, instead of going the south and the north, it's gonna be split. Hey, free gem. Hey, security door. Doot, doot, doot. There's the study. That's a victory condition established. Take the gem out of here. Take the gem out of here. Okay, so, Queen got. We just need an office. Clock tower is available. I'll go clock tower. Remind ourselves to check up on there around the time it's 1 p.m. Come on, office. Sleeping mask is going to do us wonders. Looking for an office, looking for an office. That's a mail room. It's kind of an office. You know, more items. It's fine. At some point, I plan on just completely sacrificing all of our gems to infinite rerolls to get an office, if it comes to that. For now, though, we still have ways to go in the vestibule. Chamber of Mirrors is a no-go. Let's reroll here. Secret Passage Freezer Corridor. I'm gonna go Secret Passage into another hallway. Just to maximize options. Look at the passage here, possibly. Use that. Great Hall is 7 locked doors. I'm actually good with that today. We got the lockpick. Clear up what we can. Process elimination the rest. Okay, so 2 keys will make this a guaranteed victory. This is the money and lever, which I will pull simply because I am here. No real intention of going there today. Okay, so this is a blank, which means that to my right, this one is a door. It also is detecting a treasure. It's this, I suppose. This side has nothing for us. It's a blank and a dead wall, so we unlock here. Get ourselves a door north to an office, hopefully. I'm gonna re-roll those. Wait room, nurse's station. We'll go nurse's station, let Draxus have his fun. Meanwhile, we go. East Wing Hall, I think, would be fine here. Redrawing with gems might be nice. We'll get 3 more of those redraws, though. Still looking for an office out here in the who knows where. Utility closet, dark room. I think a dark room. I still want to explore. If you get a room that costs gems, I'll take it here. Might be the office. This is security. Not too bad. Decent compromise. And doot. Vault Aquarium Furnace. Running uncomfortably low on gems now. Let me check their directory. How much is an office? Office. For the office. 2 gems. Okay, we are officially in trouble. I'll get more gems. That's how. Okay, so we know that an office takes 2 gems. We're going to look for it and we're going to keep gems around. I choose the commissary so I can buy more gems, perhaps. Yes, indeed. And a magnifying glass. Excellent. Let's buy a set of gems. Let's actually just buy out the shop as well. Leave 1 gem for later. Looking for the office. Dining room is not the office. You know, it's a sufficiently fancy room. I won't deny it. Pizza would be improved by the existence of a furnace, which we don't have, but also we do not care. Looking for an office. Attic. Not good enough. I want an office. 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 I'll take break room because it's important that we keep it around. Let's see. 3 times 5 is 15 minus 13 is 2. Negative 5. Negative 5 times 2 is negative 10 plus 14 is 4. Negative 1 squared is 1. Times 10 is 10. A little tricky. Little tricky. We keep at it. We got a shovel. A key. Now that we're in security and we got the cameras, let's evaluate these for a second. Because we know that there's one that said delete. Delete it. A. Something about the archive cam you are not happy with. Something's up in the archive, perhaps. Oh. Time to go here. Looking for the office still. Fine. You want an archive? I'll give you an archive. So it's here. What mysteries are bound in these shelves? I don't know. There's just a recording of Mary and having come in here? Possibly. Unfortunately, this does not help me, and we are running out of options. I think Traxxas and the North Star have ruined our chances. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? That was a terrible move. That 2-gem could have been the office. I am scared now. Why did I reroll? I should just pick the bunk option. Okay. We got some problems now, buddy. We're not done. I'm just pessimistic. It's the wrong way. Oh. We can go back to the entrance hall. There's plenty of doors right there available to do. Maybe one of them would be the office. Maybe we'll get more resources in here. The silver key is completely redundant on this day, given that we already have the Southern Cross or whatever operational. The gems, however, are very welcome. Okay, courtyard is rooms. Another gem as well. Okay, none of you can possibly be the office. I will re-roll you. It's the vault. Re-roll you again. None of you are the office. Are you the office? You're the passage. A reasonable compromise also gets you out of rotation. Sometimes the best consolation is a removal from the rotation. Where's the office? Drafting studio. Big set of rotation. Dice and shoes. I'll take the shoes. The dice is a free reroll. There we go. Courtyard. Oh, it's unlocked. Attic for many items at this juncture might be good. We need the resources. Also gets this out of the rotation. There's a purse. 1, 2, 3, 4. Reason to go to the vault now. 5. Treasure map. Interesting. Another B6. In here. A lot of money's in here. Be here. Okay. We entrust our fate to this. Pool is more options. It's bad because it adds more rooms to the pool. Where's an office? None of these can be it. I have a plan. I have a plan. Convert my gems to money. And vice versa. This will give us a lot of rerolls, which I'm going to leverage to hope, beyond all hope, that we can get one of these to turn into an office. steps to get back. Do we even have a kitchen? No. Boudoir? No, no, no. Unacceptable. No. We can't. There's no other option. Oh, you could be the vault! It's something. On this day, unless there is gold here, there's a rook. The vault is a rook. 149. What are you? A Fen Aries passport. International passport. Diplomat pass 455. FA 815544. Given name Samantha. Surname Hayes. Nationality Arisian. Date of birth January 12th, 54. Sex female. Date of issue January 10th. Date of expiry January 10th. Samantha Hayes. Now we know for a fact that that's actually Mary Matthews. They don't know that. They do not know that. An allowance token. Well, unless we secretly do have a king room I simply am unaware of, we have failed. Maybe it's worth checking. Maybe it's worth checking. Really no other passageways forward? No. Unless we did something really weird like open the other side of the antechamber. But no. Let's just check quickly, process of elimination, and then make our way back to the break room. All today. They're the running shoes, right? Hello, this room. Okay. So the only thing that matters is if there's another king room somewhere, because we have everything else pretty much. Nope, we failed. The only king room we know of is the office still. That continues to be a thing. Anything that I think might be worthwhile to use the magnifying glass on will have to be done in the constraint that we really can't go anywhere else right now. We're running low on steps. I think the Southern Cross and Draxus combo sunk our chances. Wasn't for them, we would have had a better chance at this. But we had them, so we failed. Up, left, up, right. Fuel orders are to go north. I'll use a key. Right. Another instance where we have not sufficiently explored the clock tower, and it's probably too late in the day. Unfortunate. Equally unfortunate, I've gone the wrong way. This could ruin us. If I don't have enough steps to get to the break room. Today's adventures were particularly ill-advised. If there was any hope of getting this done good, I think it died with the constellations. It just wasn't in the stars for us today. That's okay. We could try a different day. We know what to do. We've kind of refined it to honed craft. All we need is a day where we have both the study and the office, and we are golden to do this. Because the other pieces are basically foregone conclusions and easily acquirable. Maybe there's like a correspondence between the number of rooms with a particular type of piece and the actual number of pieces in chess. Because it does seem like Queen and King, we only got one room for each, pretty much. I think some of them had 3, but maybe there's like one for each side, like one white king, one black king, etc. Regardless, that's all gonna have to be a different day. I'm done. I am ending. I am finishing this. What day is today? Day 50. Excellent. That's very convenient for me to know. I'm calling it a day, and I'm calling it a stream. Hope you had a good time. I'm really gonna try and play other games. I can't just have the entire week be blueprints. It really shouldn't be. But, you know, I control the stream. And I control when it ends, so I'm going. I'm Exception. This is Dint TV. Have a good day, and good night.